close the door.
Let me take some voice protection. I think probably the most important thing that I would like to impress upon all of us, especially, at least this is in terms of my personal experience, and that is that the deity is a person. Krishna is actually there. Radharani is actually there. Nitai Gaur are actually there. Jagannath Baladev, Subhadra, they're actually there. No matter which deity. And so we really want to keep our, let's say, our techniques as personal as possible. On the other hand, the service to the Archa Vigraha is not exactly, it's not going to be the same exactly in every respect to the service that we would be performing in our spiritual bodies when we, by their grace, get the chance to go back home, back to Godhead, or go to the Bhoma Leelas of Krishna in the Gopi Deha or Gopa Deha, whatever, according to our natural constitutional position. There's things in the deity worship which you will obviously not take with you. But there's some basic elements. The idea of decorating Krishna is here, and the same idea of decorating Krishna is there. So it's not that the substance changes, but in certain respects the form changes. The service doesn't change in the sense that we're just dressing Krishna and that we're serving Krishna, feeding Krishna, massaging Krishna, and all these things, different personal services to Radha and Krishna. But the form, the way in which we accomplish the thing is going to change. You know, we want to ornament Krishna, but in that realm, we'll be slipping a ring over his finger. In this realm, we'll be sticking it on with blue tack or with beeswax or whatever we have at our disposal. So there are going to be certain things that are not going to be there. So, but we have to be practical, and also we have to take advantage of whatever Kali Yuga is offering us as facility for doing this kind of service. In the spiritual world, we're not going to have Krishna strung up like a marionette, you know, with strings hanging his cloth this way and that way. But at the same time, in this world, in the context of the temple worship, when Krishna is standing on a singhasan, likely you won't see a singhasan as such. You may see some type of singhasan, a jeweled throne, as it were, in the Nikunja Yoga Pit. But you won't see a situation where there's lines running across and strings hanging down to facilitate various angles of approach. You won't see these things there. But here, we have to take advantage of these facilities in order to, the most important point, is to project a mood, to somehow capture the deity's mood and help to bring out that mood. Just like at least in Vrindavan, in our Vrindavan temple, Radha Shyam Sundar are in a dancing mood. Prabhupada said that Radharani has two most important arts. That is cooking and dancing. And of the two, Prabhupada said that dancing is the most important. If Radharani stops dancing, then the whole show is finished. Prabhupada said. So we have to remember that the deities as persons, and especially in that they're dancing, we have to keep in mind that in presenting the deity for the pleasure of the devotees, for their inspiration, to help inspire them to also dance, and chant in Sankirtan. In Vrindavan, which Prabhupada has mentioned that every temple, and wherever there's one tulsi plant, according to Padma Purana, that is as good as Vrindavan. Of course, there's like home away from home, and then there's really home. So there's a little difference between the Vrindavan or Mayapur, which is actually no different from Vrindavan in magnitude. Just like the drop of water in the ocean and the ocean are one. So anyway, in Vrindavan, we have this mood of Krishna and Radharani dancing in Rasa Leela, and in any case, our whole aim is to inspire the devotees to become, to join Krishna's dancing party. Prabhupada is told, in relationship to one of Narottam Das Thakur's kirtan songs, that the goal of this Krishna consciousness movement is to join Radha and Krishna's dancing party, to join in the Rasa Leela. So, the whole purpose of the deity worship is to inspire devotees and also to attract, as Janani Bas was saying, the public, to the lotus feet of Krishna, to their beauty. But the idea is to bring out their beauty, to bring out the sweetness, to bring out the mood of the deity in the matter of their dancing affair. So then there are different techniques in the matter of hanging the clothes in various ways to help to, at least within our minds as we see the deity, generate that movement. Although we may not be qualified to see Radha and Krishna dancing directly, that's on a higher platform. That you will come to gradually. And you shouldn't think that it's impossible, because it certainly is possible to see Radha and Krishna dancing, and to see and to hear Krishna speaking. It is definitely a transcendental reality which a devotee, as the devotee makes progress and as the devotee, in reciprocation to the devotee's service, the deity will naturally show mercy on the devotee. Gradually these things will happen. But until that happens, at least we want to help devotees to see movement, motion, and help. And one of the most important aspects of dressing the deity is to help to lead the viewer's eye to keep, you can say, sweet spots. The deity's face. So you don't want to dress in such a way that the eye of the viewer is distracted from the deity. You want to bring the eye of the viewer in, which means that you have to understand certain things about balance, line, color coordination, and various other aspects of the deity worship, which or the deity dressing, which we will gradually, let's say, unfold, for your inspiration and edification if required. So I think that's as much as I'm going to say at this point.
A lot more people here than we were told. I'm expecting 7 people show up. We really want to keep this course practical. Maybe like 50% theory, 50% or even more practical, and less talking. I mean, that's ideally what I'd like. But we have a lot of devotees here, so we're going to have to work out with Aindra how we're going to coordinate it. Maybe we have 5 here.
One more suggestion.
Yeah.
Like as many work areas you have, break into groups like that.
Yeah.
Like one person do, or the other devotees give feedback on it.
Yeah.
And then check that with the facilitators to see.
Right.
Something like that.
And we're probably going to, yeah, we'll have to break up into groups. It says like 5 days, so we have today's like introduction, and we have time to do something today. And then there's about 24 students here, so there's 6 deity heads, and I mean there's 6 Krishnas, 6 Radharanis, and yes.
Equals 6 including
There's 6.
I included these.
There's 6 Krishnas, 6 Radharanis, and there's 5 Krishnas.
No, there's one.
There's only 5.
Not really.
Okay. Anyway, everybody will get a chance. This is what I hope is everybody will get a chance. One day they can practice on turbans, and then one day on Radharani, and then in a group, we can work, I think that would work out, something like that.
Yeah.
So everybody gets a chance to, because otherwise, 15 minutes you can't do much. You really need to work on the turbans. It's taken me 20 years, and I still don't know how to do the turbans. So in 4 days, I don't know how much you're going to do. And I stress a lot on turbans because that's the most difficult thing for me to do. The other things, most pujaris pick up on, putting jewelry and pinning up dresses. There's a few little quirks that people do wrong, like sometimes when they pin up Vaidvani's chadar, they don't pin it at the end, they pin it up slightly in, and the end hangs down, stuff like that, which is basically common sense, you keep the flow. So there's a few common sense things. Once you catch that, the dressing is fairly straightforward. You can't really go too much wrong. But the turban, and Radharani, Prabhupada said somewhere about symmetry, keeping the symmetry in Radharani's hair. So we put the jewelry like this and put the flowers. So Radharani is a lot easier to dress. Krishna, because of his asymmetry, it's a lot more difficult. And in the beginning, pujaris tend to pile everything on. At least I did when I started, just pile everything on. So, and it took me years and years, and then finally, Krishna gave me some intelligence how to think about dressing turbans, and even now I'm struggling. So, but I can share that experience with you. So mainly I'm going to be focusing on, Aindra will let me, I will focus on turbans. I'll also assist with Aindra with the dressing and so on, as he wishes. And then Aindra will also show you turbans. He has a different style, we have different styles. And hopefully between us, you'll actually come out of this course and you'll actually have something practical that you can take with you. And not just theory, because theory is one thing, but you actually have to practice it and then you experience it, and then hopefully you can actually take it away with you and apply it.
One thing is that Radharani, or any deity, as you're dressing experienced that, over the years. How I would always pray to the feet of Lalita Devi, to be able to somehow or other get the intelligence to do it nicely, and then I would approach Radha Shamsundar in Vrindavan, and amazingly, as you're doing it, new ideas come which are within the context of the realm of possibilities. And you get great inspiration, and then you have something you can share with each other.
Yeah.
So maybe you can show everybody how you dress Radha and Krishna today. They just the first feeling.
Yeah, the thing is that
We have deities.
I want all of you to understand that I've never given a seminar before, so you'll have to bear with me because I'm not really a teacher as such. I'm just it's just like I don't really teach playing harmonium. I never had a teacher to play harmonium. I just picked it up and hashed it out and learned, on my own. So there's difference between being a music teacher and being a kirtaniyan, as such. So similarly, there's a difference between being a pujari and teaching. But we can still share whatever I know. Hopefully, you may add that to your repertoire of ideas, and if it helps you, then go ahead. So we can. Unfortunately, at least what I see there is that Radha and Krishna. One instruction that I can give from the very beginning is that you never see any pictures anywhere of Shamsundar wearing only pants and chadar. Either it's dhoti and chadar, or if there are pants, there's a dancing skirt also. So I don't see a dancing skirt. Here he's wearing pants and chadar.
I'll put a sash on. Put a sash.
Put a sash, but do we have any other dresses?
Unfortunately, that's the only dress we have.
Or do we have any other, is there any unmatched dhotis or anything?
No, thank you.
Because it doesn't have to be necessarily matching, at least certain
This is what we dug out of the stockpile and done.
Yeah.
So maybe we can turn our chairs and we walk around.
Yeah, okay.
Let's string it down.
In a day or so, I brought some sample pictures, which might also, pictures worth 1,000 words, right? Of different dressings that I did in Vrindavan. And hopefully, unfortunately, I left a lot of pictures in Vrindavan that I was going to bring here. And maybe if I'm lucky, another devotee coming will bring them. But Shri Prabhu will arrange a projector and we can at least view so that I can point out some different ideas, different styles, because there's many ways to hang the cloth in order to bring out their dancing movements. The first thing here, Karma Chaitanya Prabhu is fixing the lines. It's a little long. And this is one of the most important things, is to know where the line should be coming from. Where are you going to need them? This is a dhoti?
Yeah.
Okay. Looks sad. Why so glum, John? So, one of the main things that we have to understand is that there's actually a system, progressive system, which should be observed. You don't want to do things like, after putting on the dress, you realize that you didn't put on the blouse. So the blouse has to go first, or the kurta has to go first, then the dress, and then the dhoti, like that. And then after putting the dhoti on, before you put your chadar on, you don't want to put your chadar on and then put the garland on and then realize that you didn't put the belt or the sash, things like that. So there's a progressive system. And the idea is that you should dress in such a way that once you've done something, it's done right, and you never have to go back to it to rectify any mistakes. In other words, as you're going along, everything has to be done meticulously, so that when you come up to the top, and put the crown and decorating is finished, and you don't have to go back and redo things. So it's important to understand that point. So usually after bathing the deity, I don't know whether do we we have things like ankle bells and rings and this
Yeah,
and
we
that.
do. Yeah, ankle bells.
Do we have any blue tack?
Yeah, everything.
Okay.
We have blue tag, we have pins,
Okay, good.
we have everything is ankle bells. Krishna Kantu,
This is what you got to do with blue tack.
whatever you refer to.
These are the only ankle bracelets you have.
Those are the only ones.
For Sharma. Anyway, we'll just give you an idea.
Should we bring some money? Bring some money. I'll bring some money. I would have got
Well, these are simple things. They always start after bathing. Don't need anything else. Oh yeah. About blue tack. The deity dressing has to be photo perfect. Okay? Because the photo doesn't lie. You know, every little mistake you make is going to come out in the photo. So one of the most important things is that blue tack should not show anywhere. You know, it shouldn't be oozing out, you know, from behind the rings or behind the earrings or this or that. And also, as far as pins are concerned, pins should never show.
Especially on the flowers.
Yeah, when you're decorating flowers, it's the most childish-looking thing in my book. It looks so stupid when they have a big fat pin in the middle of the flower. You know, you always pin flower from behind, and there's different ways to do that. So, we'll give one to her and one to him. These are little baby. And we were just pretending. Make sure that the blue tack is on the back side.
Very have the ankle bells made to measure.
Very
have the ankle bells made to measure. Then you don't need to do that.
Yeah, right. If you know if you're if you can get them made and another nice thing that because I had some ankle bells made which look like the ankle bells you always see in the pictures. Instead of going around the ankle, it kind of comes over the foot a little, and it looks very sweet. You know, it'll hang on the ankle, but it'll come down over the foot, and it's instead of being like this, it's like in an angle, like that. See? It's very nice.
If you have difficulty in seeing, please come in. Are you sure? Please come. Just come close. Yeah, there are chairs in front. Just come with it. Pull over. Closer you are, better.
It also may be point, I don't know how far we're going to get today. We may do considerable, but you may want to stand up and actually come around, and so that you can see what I'm doing and how I'm doing it.
That's one of the tables out from the wall, so you can get behind it.
Yeah, right. So this, the blouse goes on first. Usually also, after bathing them, I always, I don't know, I guess this is because she's the fair, I always dress her, make sure that she's dressed up first. And also because you don't know who's on the altar. I mean, it depends on the adhikar of the individual. If there are neophytes on the altar in the temple, there may be some neophytes who are not sufficiently freed from the Purusha Abhiman. So you want to keep her from being exposed unnecessarily. And the toe rings also. Another thing about toe rings is generally, as far as I know, the ladies wear the toe rings on these two toes, sometimes three, but mostly these two toes. One next to the big toe, and then the next one over. Usually, we always in Vrindavan we put only 2 toe rings on each foot. And usually I put the toe rings on before I put the underskirt. Is there an underskirt here?
Yeah.
Petticoat, yeah.
You can ask questions if you invite 2 rings in. If you have any questions, go ahead.
And usually they have, in the market, you can find actual toe rings, and then you just clip the little ring off of it.
Now, when you're dressing, do you beforehand choose or jewelry that you
I don't do that, but that's just because I have enough experience and I know where everything is. So I just go and when that makes things faster. It can be advantageous, but I just go and see the colors in the outfit and just go and pick out the jewelry, according to the color. I bring the trays and just like we have a ring tray, and we have necklaces hanging and whatnot. So usually these are kind of too big, but.
Do you feel it's important to do decorations where it's not seen, like the back of Krishna's hand, for instance?
No, I don't. At least if I'm in a pinch for time. Just like right here, I would put at least one ring, like a signet ring, here, and sometimes another ring over here. Usually on Krishna, I put a larger ring. Anyway, we'll get to that. We'll put large. Huh?
Sometimes I notice the guys, they want the ring to be seen, so they stick it.
Yeah. That's a no-no.
Yeah.
I have one question, bro. Before we start the dressing, it should be we offer the flower with the sandalwood for the lotus feet of Radharani. Krishna is a Tulsi.
Yeah, Tulsi, but no, it doesn't have to be Tulsi. I'm not much of a rules and regulation man, to be honest with you. But what I do is before I approach Krishna, I go to and place flowers at the feet of my guru, and put my head at his feet, and then I put then I go and place my head at the feet of Gora and Nitai, and beg their mercy, and then I because we have Krishna Balaram, then I go to Krishna Balaram, and then I go to Lalita Devi, and because she's my guru, and she's my main guru, after Srila Prabhupada. And then for dressing the Devis at least. And then Vishaka Devi. And then after placing my head at their feet, then I place my head at the feet of Radharani. And then I place my head at the feet of Krishna. And then begin. My head is the flower. The only flower that I ever offer really is the flowers to the feet of Srila Prabhupada. But you can do that, there's nothing wrong with it. So anyway, so these two toes, right? Okay. A very important thing is, of course, it will become more relevant for you, and it should go in this direction gradually, by grace of Guru and Krishna. But Bhaktivinoda Thakur has mentioned that even if one is worshipping Radha and Krishna in Vrindavan, in Braja Bhumi, but if one is not worshipping while absorbed in internally thinking of one's what is called Antraschinta Siddhadeha, that means the internally conceived or the conception of one's constitutional Swarup, Braja Swarup, then that worship will not lead to the realm of Braja, but will lead to either Vaikuntha or the Vaikuntha Vrindavan, or to even Vaikuntha Vrindavan is the place on Golok Dham where Radha and Krishna, in their form as Radha and Krishna, are worshipped majestically. So in the beginning, Prabhupada has instructed that our worship should be reverential worship. Awe and reverence means that because we're following the Pancharatrika Vidhi, that type of reverential worship with all due decorum and whatnot, that should be, let's say, that is accepted by Lakshmi Narayan, who is also included within Radha and Krishna. Just like in the Bhoma Leelas, all the different avatars appeared within Krishna's body. When Krishna would kill the demons, it wouldn't be actually Brajanandan Krishna who was killing the demons, but actually it was the Vasudeva Krishna who was killing the demons. So similarly, Narayan is also within the body of Krishna. So Narayan will be accepted, the Narayan aspect of Godhead will be accepting the service even though the Krishna Swarup is there. But we should not be attached, according to Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, we should not become attached to the opulence of Lakshmi Narayan Puja, because otherwise we won't be able to go forward. So internally, there's you may be familiar, there's a process which is called Bhuta Shuddhi, which means that you internally purify your consciousness, conceiving of yourself. In our Archana Paddhati, as far as I know, there's a description about the Bhuta Shuddhi which pertains to the Gaur Leela. But there's not much described about the Bhuta Shuddhi which is pertaining to the worship of Radha and Krishna. but there actually is a Bhuta Shuddhi. And if one is doing Radha and Krishna worship and is let's say, aspiring in the course of your advancing in Krishna consciousness, if you feel the inclination to enter into the worship in the mood of the gopis' worship of Radha and Krishna, then naturally there will have to come at least a semblance of the thing. For starters, understanding that you have not this bag of stool, worshiping the deity, but you're worshiping the deity. You think internally how you're worshiping the deity in the mood of a dasi, or as such, worshiping the deity. And so then in your you can think of how you're having very sweet and soft, beautiful hands worshiping the deity, and like this, meditating on at least a ballpark idea should be there. Otherwise, if you're especially for those in the male form now, in this external form as a male form, if you're simply worshiping, thinking of yourself as being a male, then actually you have no right to worship directly Srimati Radharani. Of course, cowherd boys like Subal, they have very intimate relationship with Radha and Krishna. It's described in Ujjvala Nilamani that Subal Saka, that he can stand in the Nikunja cottage while Radha and Krishna are in intimacy and fan them to remove the sweat from their bodies, etc. During after the time of their Prem Keli, etc. So Subal Saka can intimately serve Radha and Krishna, but he's the only one. It's described that he's the only one who actually advances to the platform of Mahabhav among all the Sakas. But the maidservants and Sakis of Srimati Radharani, they can advance to that platform. And generally, the worship of Radha and Krishna will be in that mood. But so the idea is that as you're approaching the worship of the deity, first you're offering your obeisances to Srila Prabhupada, as a sadhaka, member of the Sankirtan party, Sankirtan movement. Then you go to the feet of Mahaprabhu, and internally you can enter into the mood of serving Lord Chaitanya's Leelas, and then through Lord Chaitanya's Leelas, internally, this is an internal conceptualization. You don't want to speculate about it, but you should gradually come to the position of understanding these things more deeply, so that your worship actually begins to take shape, and you can actually come to the platform of Arjan Siddhi by doing the worship. If you're only doing the worship externally and not actually approaching the internal cultivation in the course of your worship, then your Arjan Siddhi will progress to a let's say an inferior status. So in order to go to Brajadam, you have to cultivate the superior status gradually as you make progress in Krishna consciousness. So then your worship begins to take shape, in a different way than perhaps the worship of a neophyte. Because we're not to remain as neophytes for our whole life long. We're supposed to make gradual progress, to a higher platform. And that means the deity worship, although externally, in terms of temple worship, in terms of the decorum which has to be and the etiquette which has to be observed in the face of the public, etc., that these externals will appear to be the same, but internally the thing has to deepen and deepen and deepen in order for you to actually get the full benefit of what our movement is offering in the matter of deity worship. So anyway, we will conceive of ourselves as being one of Radharani's assisting maidservants, and then commence to dress the deity in that. So I don't want to get too esoteric or too deep, but something should be said. Because
that is said in the other class.
Huh?
The philosophy comes in the other class.
Which other class?
In the Arishna. Here we course 1 and he course 2.
Oh.
Here we cover the...
We discussed this, the meditations and the philosophy.
Yeah, okay, alright. But, but these Prabhus may not be attending that class. I don't know, are they? Anyway, just give you a little
This is
something.
level 5 you're teaching. You're teaching level 5, this is level 1 audience.
Yeah, okay, but I'm just saying, I'm giving you a little something to look forward to, that's all. Because after all, we have to know what the goal is. What is the goal of our activity? Why are we worshiping deities? So another point here is that you, especially in personal deity worship, but you can also apply it in personal deity worship, but generally in personal deity worship you have small deities, relatively small. But in the temple worship, usually the deity is up on the altar, so the angle that the devotees will see the deities, you have to keep that in mind when you're addressing the deity. Like if the deity's up here and the devotees are down here, then in order to check to see if you until you're really familiar with what it looks like, as you're doing it, in order to check to see, sometimes it's good to get down and see what the thing is actually looking at. Like if you get down here, then this looks like it's just cutting straight across. And the same thing will happen with like the choker, if you put a choker on the deity, and you don't allow it to be rounded, then if you get down from the perspective of the devotees in the darshan mandap, it looks like it's just cutting straight across her neck. So you have to, to some extent, over accentuate the actual form in order to bring out the form. So then pull it down a little. So that when you put on the belt can be a little loose, not so tight, but a little loose so that it hangs down some, so that it looks, like it's rounded nicely from that perspective. And it doesn't have to be just like this. You can bring it down. Usually this is not no, it's okay. It's all right. But this part can show if the cloth is looking nice. That's another point is that sometimes due to staining or something in the cloth, sometimes flowers will stain the cloth, so you have to hide those kind of things as you go along, to make the best use of the bad bargain.
In terms of order, do you typically dress Radharani completely and then move to Krishna?
No.
Or do you sometimes do Krishna first and Radharani? Is there any kind of standards in that with regard to that?
It depends on what else is going on the altar and how much space you actually have. But usually what I do is I instead of, I don't just leave him like this, but I'll put the ankle bells and the toe rings, and put her underskirt on. First is the blouse, then the ankle bells and toe rings, then the underskirt, then her dress, and then I'll move to Sham and put his kurta on if he's wearing a kurta. In the summer season, there's no need, even in the Western countries, for shamsuna. Prabhupada wanted Gaura-Nitai to wear kurta always, to present them as gentlemen, you know. But Krishna was undoubtedly the supreme enjoyer, the supreme personality of Godhead. So even in New York City, we could dress Krishna without the kurta. So then we put, I put the kurta on, or no kurta, and the dhoti, and then because in Vrindavan they're dressing Lalita Devi first. Lalita is number 1 Saki, and Vrindavan and Vishaka is number 2. So there's not so much room here. So I would do Radharani while he's doing Lalita Devi, and then when he goes to Vishaka, then I would switch. So that's a practical consideration.
In the Rama case, Krishna Balaram wearing shorts.
Yeah.
So can Gauranga also?
I personally, I'm not so fond of. I mean, sometimes Krishna wearing shorts, it looks very cute. You know, in Radharaman temple, he wears shorts a lot. But especially for big deities, sometimes wearing the shorts, and especially for Gaura-Nitai, is not really appropriate. I prefer personally to see Krishna wearing a dhoti. I don't even prefer to see Krishna wearing the dancing skirt and pants. I'm not sure, you know, how far back that idea extends, whether it actually extends back as far as Krishna Lila, or if it's just a Rajasthani idea. I'm not sure. Sometimes you see in Rajasthani paintings, and this may have some Muslim influence even, some people say. So. But for sure, the dhoti is right on. You know, and he looks nice in the dhoti also, after all. So here's a point here. Is if there's any difficulty in there's no Velcro here, so sometimes, you know, due to the misconceptions of whoever's made the dress, things aren't fitting properly. So like just like in this case, and this is very important because pins hurt if you've ever gotten stuck by a pin. So after all, we made the point that Krishna is a person and he does have feelings. His feelings are although he's more tolerant than us, but he's also more conscious than any of us. So you have, if you need to use a pin, especially close to his body, you have to learn how to just carefully snag. You might even, you know, I don't want to make everybody get up, but you can get the idea. You just snag the cloth and pull it out away from the body. Huh? Yeah. So you have to see it theoretically. And also, you should never let heads of pins show, and you should never let the pointed end of the pin come out and be gleaming in the light, you know, from different angles of vision. You see a little pin gleaming.
You won't get a chance to practice also. Like
Yeah, right.
when you go putting the pin in.
Yeah, sometimes the belt covers it, but not all the time. It's going on a little loose. Yeah. And putting on the dhoti sometimes is misunderstood by they put it on the wrong way or whatever. So Krishna's foot is like this, so front comes here, goes through between his legs. And there's different ways you can do that also. It's nice to make the dhoti look neat. You don't want it to be, a bunchy mess. But it should look very neat. And then you don't want this to come through too tight. This dhoti is a little short, so it's not so good. Sometimes the dhoti can be brought up like this, but if you do pin it back here somewhere, you have to pin it in such a way, you pin it to the cloth so that it doesn't pull and look like this. So you don't want it to look like that. But see, you don't want it. But most of the time, I don't pin it up like that. Most of the time, I pin it down like this. You get a little slight curve to it. You don't want everything to be straight. Some people, well, at least Korma Chaitanya is saying that we don't want to say that this is wrong and this is right. But just logically speaking, if something is flowing, it looks more real than if everything is just stretched out straight like paper doll style. So I prefer a more flowing approach.
Stretched out,
Yeah, so like because there's a very opulent design, and sometimes devotees they want to show what a nice opulent dress that they made for the deity. But personally, I feel enough opulence will be seen, and you want to get the flow, what catches your eye, what you actually see when you see the deity. Are we showing the cloth or are we showing the deity? So when we want to bring out motion, then we have to take the flowing style. If we want to bring out the cloth, then you can make it straighter, but it looks a little stiff, in my opinion. So what do we have? We have a sash. We'll put a sash and a belt.
Show them how to.
Yeah, there's different ways of doing it. This is a little bit of a big piece of cloth. Yeah, anyway, we'll see if we can go with this. Before you put your cheddar on. Usually when I dress, before I hang, see, I just made a mistake because I was on him. But the way I usually do it is that before I'll hang his dhoti, because his dhoti's in front, so then the string is in the way, right? So I would take another string and hang her dress. You don't want to pull the dress out, too tight. Just let it hang so that there's a. actually, there's something to be said about pin cushions also. And mostly it has to do with just consideration of the next devotee that has to deal with it. Especially when you're undressing deities at night. You know, when you're undressing the deity at night. Oh yeah, it's hard for everybody to see without actually. Maybe it's better to come.
Yeah, just come around. I think everybody should come around.
Yeah. We need a line. We need a line going across. Yeah, from going across the top, and then 2 or 3 lines coming down the back. And then start from the pointed side. The pin should go with the head outward in the point in. Then start from the pointed side and do like a figure 8, like this, 2 or 3 times. And then push the pin in. And make sure when you push the pin in that it doesn't, that kind of locks it. You push the pin into the head, jams up against the figure 8. And then this is short enough, but sometimes something to remember is that sometimes if the string is extra long, see this is the long string. You need a long string usually for hanging the garland, because sometimes if you're gonna swing the garland, then you also want to swing the jewelry. So you want to catch the garland, and then in order to get the jewelry going in the same direction, if you're going to do that, then you can go up a few strands of jewels with the same string. But in any case, from wrapping it around pins and this and that, and it ends up looking like a piece of spaghetti coming off of the, off the cloth or whatever. That's a no-no. The camera sees that kind of thing. So you should always dress as if the picture of your deity is going to be circulated worldwide, and everyone's going to see, what kind of fools we are, by leaving unsightly things like that, hangings, pieces of spaghetti hanging. So if there's any like when you're using a line for the garland, then when you get to the end of it, you have to push the end of the string inside, behind. So similarly, when you're hanging anything, whether it's the dhoti, or whether it's a chadar, or whether it's Radharani's veil or dress or whatever, that if there's extra string left over, then the best thing to do is to pull the string up behind, and you have to use another pin usually, and just pin it so that it doesn't flop down. That way it looks clean. The whole thing should look very clean. You want as little distraction as possible, and it's best to use as little strings as possible. The least strings, the better. But you have to do the needful. So sometimes you have to use a few strings. So you don't want to be too shy about using strings. But you should keep in mind. Another point to remember is that it's always best is Radha and Krishna's Yugal, Milan, that kind of mood, because they are having that relationship, so they can be attached to each other. But Gaur Nitai shouldn't be attached to each other. It's not that you should pin the dhotis together and stuff like that. It shouldn't be done.
What about pinning the chadars? Between Gaur Nitai?
Yeah, it shouldn't be done. No, they should be independent. At least that's the instruction I remember from the very beginning of my training.
Chaitanya Chakravarti does it all the time.
And also, as far as Gaur Nitai is concerned, their crowns, you can remember they usually use these like mango crowns,
yes.
huh? So this is what you have to remember on Gorna Thai. See this? The crown is going this way in.
Yes.
Gaura's crown is going toward Nityananda, and Nitai's crown is going toward. You just hold your fist up, and you'll remember which way the mango should be going. That's the standard for Gorna Thai worship. They shouldn't be going the other way. Anyway, these are other topics of discussion, but maybe in the future we'll have some Gorna Thai deities and maybe some other deities also, so that we can. Because like I was hearing when they were introducing themselves that most of them are not actually worshiping Radha and Krishna. Many of them have the Gorna Thai or Jagannath like that. So, but anyway, these are still some basic ideas that you can apply to any deity worship. And as far as the Gaudiya Sampradaya is concerned, in the matter of turbans or crowns for Krishna, at least this is what I've learned from the jewelers in Vrindavan, which I assume they know what they're talking about. They say that in the Gaudiya Sampradaya, in the Parakya Ras, the gold mukut, that's the round mukut. And Krishna's a cocky kind of guy, so he's not straight up and down like Narayan. He doesn't have a peacock feather boinking off the top of his head, or everything straight up and down. He's a little tilty, he's a crooky, kind of guy. So he has, as Karma Chaitanya was saying, an asymmetrical, aspect to his appearance, and a lot of that is seen in the way that the turban is being decorated. So this gold mukut, or the large piece, is usually a large piece and a small piece. So the large piece, when there is a large piece and small piece, large piece will be going toward Radharani. And the peacock feather is also going toward Radharani. Peacock fan may be on one side, but there should always be a peacock feather, so that, because as far as I remember, I can't remember where I read it, sorry to say, but I remember that Chandradev became the ankle bracelets, and Suryadev became the peacock feather, in order to have the opportunity to always see the feet of Krishna. So the peacock feather should be this side, jauntily cocked over his left ear, and this is described also in relationship to Lord Chaitanya. Is that Lord Chaitanya, although there's sometimes a hubbub about Lord Chaitanya not wearing peacock feather, but in many there's scriptural evidence that Lord Chaitanya wears a peacock feather jauntily cocked over his left ear.
What about Lord Nityananda?
Lord Nityananda, Prabhupada said that any Vishnu Tattva can wear a peacock feather. But anyway, and as far as Krishna Balaram is concerned, they can be dressed differently because they're different people. They don't have to be dressed exactly the same, correspondingly. You can have a different turban set up or any such things. So anyway, the main point that, can we hang a few strings here? So here, the thing about pin cushions that I wanted to make, the point I wanted to make about pin cushions, is that usually you have big pins and small pins. So for the benefit of the next pujari, to make it easier for the next pujari, when you're undressing the deities, is a very, very simple thing to do, but many devotees just don't seem to get it, and they make a mismatch, which is very, difficult to deal with. But it's a very easy thing to do, because you can very easily feel whether you have a big head or a small head between your fingers. You don't even have to look to see how you're doing it. You know where your pin cushion is, and there's a right side to your pin cushion and a left side to your pin cushion. So you put, according to your convenience, you put the small pin in the left side, and the big pin in the right side, or vice versa, however. Or so you keep your paraphernalia separated enough so that it's easily accessible, and so that the next guy doesn't have to, put up with our ignorance. Life is very cruel. Very cruel. So, expert means being able to do something difficult quickly. So in order to become expert, you have to actually develop your speed and do things very quickly. No, I wasn't going to actually. Missed this time. Also, the thing is, we need on Radharani's side, we need extra lines here. Like on Radha Madhav's altar is so huge and big that you can't get lines from different directions. But if you have a smaller altar set up like this, then you can bring it down lower. Put one, tie one here and then. See, I never use a... See what happens... This is a good example of what happens if you use a line from the top. Everything goes... So I prefer that instead of having everything look like, looks like she's flying off somewhere or something, So it's better to have, I need some strings. I need 2 strings. I always take it from a lower angle so that it ends up looking more like this. Can you put maybe 2 more over here? And usually also in Govinda Lilamrita there's a statement about how Krishna experiences ecstasy, and the reason why his foot is coming over like this is because he wants to touch Radharani's dress with his feet. So it says that he experiences great ecstasy when he touches her dress like that with her feet. So I usually have to hold it up there with this one's not so bad, but you have to hold it up there with a piece of blue tack, put some blue tack. Another thing about blue tack, which is important, is that you should always remember that blue tack has a tendency to collect dirt over time. So if ever you have to use blue tack to put on any jewelry or in any way for anything, especially when it's related to the cloth, the pujari has to be very, very, very thoughtful to remove the blue tack with each time that you dress or undress the deity. You don't want to have what I see happening a lot, unfortunately, is that mindless devotees, they have a tendency to leave all the blue tack here and there, and just like even right here, there's a little piece of blue tack here. You see? So it makes it look smudgy, and you may be able to cover it, but it may get to the point where you're not going to be able to cover it. And why would you want Radharani to have blue tack all over her cloth anyway? So it's a very easy thing to do. And you take a bigger piece of blue tack, make sure that it's kind of sticky, and then press it on wherever the blue tack is located, and dab it off, pull it off. You have to pull it off so that that's very important. sometimes you need, especially on her breast area, it's necessary to in order to keep the necklace from rolling off the side. You may have to use a little blue tack on the outer.
So you never use pins?
Well, no, not on the jewelry. No pins. But on the garland, at least Rambhadra, his idea was that, and I use that idea, although it's a little risky, because it's so close to her breast, but if you learn the technique, then there's no problem. But you can take a pin from here, and usually I use a bigger pin. And you have to just catch the cloth like this down here, so that, and put it through into a flower, like the back of a flower, so that the garland doesn't roll off to the side. Like that, because generally for the public, you don't want to expose Radharani too much. That's why usually, because in most pictures you will see that Radharani's wearing a choli. She's not wearing a full blouse, you know. So, but for the public, just to keep the the lust of people down, at bay. So then we have to cover them, significantly. Now you put a little blue tack here, but then make sure the blue tack comes off. Or make sure, whoever's undressing at night should be mindful. Because there's two aspects of dressing the deity, and that's one is dressing and the other is undressing. Actually, if you have the opportunity to undress deities who are being dressed by more experienced people, you can learn a lot like that also. Just by seeing it, because you have to undo what they did, and then you can figure out what they've done. And probably the best way is because right now we're going through step by step, and we're only going to be able to show you a little something. But if you have the opportunity, I don't know how many of you will have the opportunity. I mean, this is why we're having it here now. But it's nice to see Pujaris who know what they're doing in action, because they get inspiration as they're doing it, and new things can come out, and you can catch different ideas, as they're unfolding, their seva. Okay, so do we have a string here? I need two strings and a front string. So the back string I use for the general idea is back strings are for things in the back, and front strings are for things in the front. So here I'm going to pull it out like that. Where's the other string? And this is what I do. Because to me, this looks kind of like a little floppy, So I use this is a little short, but I use a second one to pull this front out a little like this, so that her whole dress can look like it's swishing, like that. When you're in a pinch for time, then certain steps can be omitted legitimately. And one thing about this is another point, which is a good thing to demonstrate here, is see how it's pinned like that. Now, what do you see there? You see the backside, showing front ways. So you want to avoid that. So that's not to be done. So to avoid that, pin it a little lower. That's better. Still showing. And you have to check sometimes. You have to get down and look to see whether you see it, because sometimes from this angle you're not going to see that the back is shown because this is blocking it. So then you might have to check it.
Did you put the pin on horizon or vertical?
No, it's going toward the
okay.
not this way. See? From out to in.
Out to in.
Most pujaris do all the pinning the very last, based on time and whatnot, or do you personally, do you see a lot of pujaris doing the pinning before all the jewelry?
It should be done before. Yeah, what you do is first you pin the cloth. Aside from her ankle bells and her, because you don't want, once you pin the cloth, see, this is the point, once you pin the cloth, you don't want to have to go under here, to mess everything up. So first you pin the cloth. Even sometimes, see, if the dress is longer, you can even bring some extra around, so that it looks like she's twirling. We can maybe demonstrate that in another day or so. But for now, we're just going to do it. Okay? So, shutter. There's many ways to hang the chadar.
What about the sash?
Oh yeah, sash. Where do we have cloth for the sash? Thank you. Depending on what kind of material the sash is made out of, this is a little stiff, so you can do things with this that you may not be able to do with other things. There's different ways of doing the sash. Generally, you don't want it to come down too low, but you don't want it to be too high either. So if it comes just right under his buttocks, a little bit, maybe just a little below the buttocks, like that, but not way down close to his knee. So there's different ways that you can do it from this angle, depending on how you're going to hang the garland, and depending on how you want to hang it up. You can either do it like this, and the way I usually do it is I put this one over, and the one that comes closer to the center, whether it's from one side or the other side, the one that comes closer to the center, I usually make shorter than the one that's further away. And you have to see that in terms of what happens after you've crossed. And I usually just fix it. There's different ways of doing it. This is the quick and easier way to do it. I
spin it up.
You have to be careful though. Put your finger behind it so that you get it instead of him. and then you have to push it. You have to be careful not to let the pin bend. Because like sometimes when you put some pressure on it to get leverage, the pin will actually bend, and then if you force it through, then it can scratch the Deity. So there's different ways of dealing with this. Also, I don't personally like to see the cloth just flopping, you know. But either there's ways of fanning it out a little like this, or you can gather it together and like give it a little ruffle. This is an interesting thing to see, though. How to do this? You're going to have to come closer to this. Make it look like it's kind of like ruffling. You have to take it like this, bunch it together a little. There's different ways of doing it. Tight is kind of nice though, because it gives. You can do it loosely or you can do it tight. Sometimes tight is nice because it allows the dhoti to be seen more. If it's a big piece of cloth and it's done really loose, then it can cover a lot of his form. So. I usually use a big pen for this, a bigger, longer size pen, because you have to go through in the back. You have to go through all the way through to the front, and sometimes just before the front. Like see here, but you have to then go back through. But the back has to extend long enough. You see. So that you can go back through the back, and that locks it. Because if you just go like this and then miss the back part, then it comes undone. You see? So you pull this down a little further, and come like this. Go through, and then back through into the same back piece. And then you can do it again. Depending on what kind of cloth. It's going to take different shapes.
And you have to use soft chiffon, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, soft chiffon sometimes for this kind of thing. Yeah. Push it through and then back through. And it gives it kind of like a...
Where did you put the pin here up? Like where and in which direction?
No, depending on which side.
Here on this part.
Here, because it's on this side, it goes in that direction. If it's on this side, it goes in that direction. See, so
and the point is there.
Yeah, see, so this is crossed over, and put your pin through till it touches your finger, and then push. You have to push out to get the pin to go this direction, because otherwise, if you don't push out, it's going toward the deity. So push out a little, and it makes it easier to redirect the pin outward, so that it comes out through. See it's coming through, but you don't want to see it coming through. So, but once it's come through, then you back it up a little bit and let it go behind the first layer, so that the first layer cloth is covering it. And the same thing for here, but there's not as much cloth here, so you're not going to be able to do it as many times. Sometimes you do it, 2 or 3 times. Sometimes only. Anyway, there's different things to do. I'll just show a few things as well. Keeping it so that it looks round. And so, instead of just putting the belt, across, especially if it's summertime and he's not wearing a shirt like now, then you want his navel to show. You don't want to put the dhoti on so that it covers over the navel. So usually there's like a little indented area where his koppan starts. So then let the dhoti follow that indented area instead of putting it around his waist. You know? So that's showing, and that can be done in such a way that it's looking a little round. And because Shyam has this hip action, you know, like this, so because he's dancing to try to get her attention, you know, he has to work hard for his money. So I like to, you know, different devotees do it differently, but this is what I like to do. At least a lot of times I like to do this. And you'll see, you know, in the pictures that I'll show in due course, you'll see how it is that it gives them a certain feel. So, and that is, instead of putting like this, you could do it like that, but it doesn't do much for them. But rather, I like to bring it to the side a little, so there's and bring this up a little and this down a little, so that it accentuates that movement of his hip. See, and it should be rounded, so that it's looking. See what I'm saying? Instead of just doing it like straight across in front, you know.
Like a soldier.
Yeah, it'd be, you know, to give him a little pizzazz. You can say it's more rusty. So I bring it up further over here. And I don't worry about this because usually the garland covers that, even though it's off-centered. You know, it'll be off-centered. You see, so now, sometimes you can do it more off-centered, sometimes, and like if you have flower belts, like many times we make flower belts for them. So that may cover part of it anyway. So, but if there is a flower belt, I always make sure that at least this part, the top part of this belt is showing, and some portions of the jewel belt will be showing through the flower belt also. But to bring it up like this, so it's making him look like this more dancing. No. So there's different ways of doing his chutter. This is the time he's getting late. So we'll at least get. I'll show you one of my favorite. One is that you. This is the normal way, so to speak. Just to bring this. This has a tendency, you know, you don't want to cover up his form too much. If you want to show his hip a little more, then you have to bring it over a little more, and then you might even have to pin it like this, and then. Sometimes you can pin it to right around his sleeve here, but most of the time I prefer to bring it down here and get like a little, so that it looks a little wavy. See? Instead of just going like this. You see the difference? You can do it like that. That's one style, but I prefer to give it a little curl, which means you have to pull it out here and then curl it back, and you can curl it back more or less, you know, like that, to give it just a little curl sometimes, or sometimes you give it a little more. Using pins, yeah. So if you, I'll show you how to do it, because this I do sometimes, but there's this other way where it's coming off both of them are coming off of one arm, which I can illustrate or demonstrate the principle more graphically here. This is on both sides. So for this one, you see how it's longer, right? So you have to go around a couple times on his arm. There's many ways of doing this also. You could, there's the straight style, where everything is pulled out straight. But that doesn't have so much bother. But I don't like it that it's just, like some devotees, they just hang it from the string like that. But if you have to remember that whichever direction the string's coming from, that's the direction that the cloth is going to go toward. So that's why I have these two strings hanging here. Because in order to get it a curled effect, you have to pull it around this way, and there should be strings. Usually the furthest string, closest to Radharani. But first usually you do it from here. The same idea. But this one, have a situation where there's a very long string. So you do your figure 8. And you can do it like high. If you do it higher, you can get it, but you have to have a different line. To get it up high. And usually it won't be from the back. You have to adjust according to your sing-a-song setup. And here you don't want to put it on the end. Keep it like an inch and a half or so away from the end. No. Because you want this to come down like this. See, if you put it on the end, then it's going to go like that. You see? So in order to get the curl effect, now there's another little trick. Sometimes you can use the string that's previously there. Where's this? If you use a string that's already been used, then you put the pin through the cloth, right, and back out again, and then you just wrap it once, or sometimes twice. Once is sufficient. You wrap the string around. It's already attached down here, see? So you just put it here and wrap it around once is sufficient. The reason why you want to do that is because if you don't do that, then this hand is not generated. You want to make sure that the lines are going, complementary to the curl. And sometimes, see, look at this. In order to get even more of a curl, you can pull this down and pin it to the cloth that's going around his arm.
How long do you take to dress Shanti?
Well, we have about 2 hours, but usually the rascal that I am, I chant some japa first, and then I come on about 50 minutes, 45 minutes, sometimes even before, and I can dress both of them in 45 minutes. But I'm on fire. If I'm going to do it in a short time, very quickly. But I prefer to have at least an hour for dressing both of them, because it gives me more time to be a little more discreet in the way I'm putting it together. But I can do all these type of things within 45 minutes. Yeah.
So everything is also be said or jewelry or whatever?
No.
So within that time?
Within that time, I'm choosing the jewelry and doing everything. So look, see? You don't like if you're going to do a curl like this. This is you can say is a more advanced technique than just hanging things out straight. This is where it's going to take a little more time, a little more understanding. But look, see what the cloth is doing here. It's kind of like folding. It's necessary to make even a little more of a curl on the inside, because you fold it up, you pull on it like that, and then take a pin. To make sure that it's looking nice and round. See? And then you do the same thing with this one. But usually I don't use another string, but if it's not, if it doesn't pull on it too much, if the cloth is too flimsy, then if you attach it to here, then the tendency will be to pull it down and spoil the lines there. But this doesn't seem like it's too flimsy, so we'll try it. And this is not going to be as accentuated as this one. And when you use the string for this side, it takes some of the weight off also. We don't have any. Oh, we have a garland. Yes. You can do it for Krishna Balaram Brahma. It will. See, in this one, you have to use a pin to keep the curl.
I mean, you can use the same dressing technique.
Same dressing technique, yeah.
With the belt also.
Yeah. Depending on the pose of the deity. If the deity is posing in one way, then you want to try to accent that pose. And see, you don't want this kind of thing to happen. Of course, you don't notice it here because there's two sides. But if there's a back side, you got to make sure that when you're looking from down, particularly, that the back side, like sometimes you'll see this part hanging down below, the back of it hanging down below your border. And sometimes if it's depending on sometimes it may be useful. Here it's not necessarily, it's not useful, but sometimes to join the two together, depending on. No, you don't. Whatever. See, you have to. There's a certain kind of logic that you have to use. That if one thing is flying, then why would the other thing just be hanging limp? You understand? So you want the motion, both things the motion to be similar. Even if the dhoti was longer, I would also make a curl on the dhoti. So now we're ready for the garland. You can put a choker on him. I guess we could do that. That's done before you put on your garland. Choker means it's like it's not a necklace, but it's comes up in the neck. Do we have a choker?
Yeah.
Usually I don't do it. Sorry, Radhe.
Very Radhe. You can do something else, Radhe? All came from the street power.
And another point is, see, this is silver. You don't want to use silver jewelry when it's a gold outfit, but we're going to use it anyway. Now, this is almost like a belt. Yeah, this is not so good either. See how this like got 3 lines? So when you do it, when you let it loose, it comes forward. It doesn't actually, you can't get it to, so this is not so good. Usually I don't even use one because you hardly ever see it anyway.
There you go.
There's different ways of hanging the garland, but in the situation where you've flown it up like this, then you also want the garland to go more in that direction. If this is coming down, then the garland, you can even have the garland going in this direction toward Radharani. But then this will be in a different configuration. Usually we have, in Vrindavan, we make moon lockets, which are double or triple even. You know, we call them moon lockets. It's better to avoid. No, mostly it's double. Sometimes triple. No, there's a little. We call it moon locket. Yeah, I don't know why they call it moon locket. That's 3. Yeah, usually it's 3.
Yes.
Let's see.
After the locket, then there is 3.
Oh, I see.
Yes, and then on the bottom there's like bigger flowers. You know, usually we use like these little, like this kind of flower. Small. And on the bottom is like small. So here I'm doing what I would not do usually, and that's putting a line across. It's better if it can be avoided, so we'll try to avoid it. Have it behind. Did you see what I did? Yeah, you have to go around twice, and then pull it, and it locks it. And usually,
Is it safe enough? Is it safe enough? Go around
twice,
you
yeah.
just pull it?
Yeah, but you have to go around between the flowers. You don't want to pull it. You don't want to go around the flower and then pull it, and it breaks the flower apart. It creates a gap or something.
But in our case here, mother, the garden is so huge and heavy.
Yeah, well, you might have to go 2 or 3 times. You know.
And lock it by.
No, you lock it just by locking it. No, you don't have to. This is not. This will also be going a little to the side. And sometimes, I mean, this is one way of doing it, is just having, you know, like that. But I usually bring it to the side, and then sometimes bring it over his arm like that. I prefer to have an inside garland also, 2 garlands. Because what the inside garland does, the function it serves, is it helps to hold up the, you know, the necklaces. Whereas now it's more difficult. Do we have necklaces?
Yeah.
Just single strands? Yeah. Oh, that's too small.
We're a little overtime. Is it okay with you?
We're over time? Well, I can't stay too long because I have to go for kirtan.
Okay, so what we'll have, like,
Yeah.
Kumapu, can you do a quick turban after this, like 5 minutes? Kumapu will do just one quick turban.
Yeah, okay.
And then we'll go into tomorrow, Shrimati Radharani.
Okay, so my feeling is, after so many years of doing it, is that, I mean, I've seen a lot of pujaris, they have a tendency to want to put the necklace all the way down to the end of the garland. But kind of like, why would somebody want to have necklaces hanging all the way down to his knees? It doesn't make too much sense to me. You know, usually a necklace is around your neck, and it may come down to the navel or something. That's what I mean, not usually. I mean, a garland, from Shastra we see that the garland can go to the knees or to the feet even. But the necklace is not going to go to the feet. And it doesn't make too much sense. So usually what I do, and for sure, one of the main things that I advocate, many times I see in many temples, they dress the deity in such a way that looks very illogical to my way of thinking. And that is that they have the garland coming over here. And they have all the necklaces coming over here. And so what that means, in effect, is that, you know, Krishna has to stick his hand. I mean, why would Krishna want to be sticking his hand through the garland, to get to his flute, to play his flute? It doesn't. It's not very sensible. So yeah, I see that a lot of times. But
Did you all get what he's saying?
No. So I never do that because I prefer seeing a more natural, logical way that Krishna's going to be if Krishna has his flute in his right hand, right? Press it to his lips, to attract the beautiful gopis. Then here's his garland. He's going to swing his arm around this side. It's not going to go through. He's going to swing his arm around this side. And he's going to latch onto the flute and play it, right? So it's a more natural, it's a sensible thing. So to keep it more within the realm of common sense, I always do it that way. Sometimes when I put the jewelry on, if I have, like sometimes when he lifts his arm up to play the flute, perhaps he'll catch it, and it's not totally illogical that his arm will force the garland up here in the middle, and then it'll be coming over a little like that. And then sometimes I'll when I put the necklaces on, I'll have the necklaces also following suit. But many times, just to put, and then it reveals his arm. So sometimes you can reveal the arm, and different. You have to take into consideration which parts of, because on different days you might want to because variety is the mother of inspiration, for the devotees. Mother enjoyment for Krishna, mother inspiration for service to the devotees. So one day you want to do, you don't want to do repetition of a good thing is a good thing, but you don't want to repeat it too much. You want to do one day one way, and then it's just like it's the same thing. Many times devotees ask me why it is that I like to sing so many different kinds of tunes. Prabhupada didn't like. Prabhupada only sang 2 or 3 different tunes, and Aindra came out with all these varieties and varieties of tunes. It's the same principle. That we're decorating, just like we're decorating the holy name in this way and that way. We see the deity in a different light. Every time we dress the deity in one way, then you're going to see Krishna looking like, and that will be, oh wow, look at how he looks now, And then the next time, it increases, especially for advanced devotees. They don't need any jewelry. They don't need any, they don't need anything. It can look, and still Krishna's there. There's 2 types of ruchi, as far as ruchi goes, as it's described in Madhurya Kadambini. One type of ruchi is that there are accoutrements which become the cause of the inspiration to do the service, and the others without accoutrements. So if you dress the deity nicely or don't dress the deity nicely, then okay, fine. Krishna's Krishna, and we just want to see his beautiful face. But if you obliterate the beautiful face by putting way too much paint on his face, or cover his form in ways that don't allow the devotees to actually see, different aspects of Krishna's beauty, then we're not really doing much of a service, but rather we may be doing a disservice. So anyhow, I'll just. You may have to use blue tack in the back. We'll keep the necklaces like right around there. These kinds of pearls that are not loose on a string are more difficult to deal with. You have to use blue tack to. No, that's the problem. Is that there's not enough space between the beads, to twist them together. So you have to stick them together with blue tack. Okay, now let's see. The same thing. Go around. around it twice. And that should hold it in place, see? So it's following the garland. And I always start with from the outside in. First the garland, then the next longest one, then the next. Because if you do it the opposite way, you're going to run into trouble. I'm doing the same thing here. See, we have all this string left over, extra. So this extra string behind. It's the same string that was from the garland up to here, up to there.
So when you're undoing it, you just take the scissors and cut it off.
No, you just pull it. When you undo it, just pull it out. See? And then pull it out. Yeah, you need another string for that. Yeah. Here's how you do this. You have to twirl this around a figure eight. Put it approximately where you want it, right? Twirl it around figure eight a few times. And then put it into the middle of the, so that it goes through the whatever hard flower is there. And you have this, you have to deal with this. Here's a string hanging down here. You know, if they're way too long, you don't need to just cut it off. But then you might need it for something another time, and then you waste time getting the string on. So sometimes if it's long, you need to just put it up behind.
So let us thank Aindra Prabhu. I think he has got another assignment as well. Thank you very much. Now, do you have time or otherwise, is it around 5 minutes? Okay, they are okay with 5 minutes. Tomorrow maybe you can show them what travel.
Esoteric philosophy for later, and just get into some practical things. What we were going to do, I think, we were going to dress up around, and then Korma is supposed to come and do a turban today. I'll show some different ways that I like to do the turban. I'm sure he has other varieties. So as far as I remember, we did rings on Dham also. Usually I put 3 rings on these fingers. I don't. clutter his hands with usually 3, a bigger ring here on his ring finger, or a signet ring, and then 2 smaller rings. And then usually one ring at least on his ring finger here. Sometimes there's another ring there. And I usually put a toe ring and 2 more rings here, because usually, it starts to look like just a mess of rings. If you put too many, it doesn't allow his toes to show rings. But as far as Radharani's rings are concerned, this should be noted. On Radharani's right hand, it is mentioned in Shastra, at least this description I read. I forget whether it was Govinda Lilamrita or Krishna Bhavanamrita, one of those 2, where it's describing the morning dressing of Srimati Radharani at Yadav. So in that book, it describes that on her right hand, she only wears 2 rings. One is on her small finger, and one is on her ring finger. The signet ring will be on her ring finger. In other words, it will be a larger ring on a ring finger, and naturally because the small finger is smaller, it should be a smaller, more delicate ring. And on her left hand, there are rings on all 4 fingers and her thumb. The bigger ring will be on her ring finger, and a very small ring on her pinky, small little finger, and then a slightly bigger ring on her thumb. And usually the way I do it is if I have to, if I don't have small enough rings, sometimes is the situation, I'll make sure that there's a small ring between 2 larger rings. The largest ring will be on a ring finger, and a small ring in between, and then maybe a larger ring here because there's more room to deal with it. All 5 fingers, 4 fingers in the thumb, on her left hand, will be having rings. These rings are way too big. And remember, when you put on rings, you don't want any blue tack to show. So very often, the easiest way to deal with that is to pull a larger mass of blue tack toward the back of the ring, so that when you put the ring on, the front goes easily to the surface of the finger, and the back, where the more blue tack would be, which would be holding it in place, that would not be seen unless you're going at it from an angle. We'll have to just budget, because there's smaller rings. Let's pretend that's a smaller ring. I want to try to do this quickly so that we have more time for you to do it. Well, usually I like to show some of his hand. So I'll put one on his finger, the lead finger, put one on his ring finger, one on his ring. And usually it's better to have a taller ring, you can say, rounding up a little more on this back finger just so you can see it. Because usually the back finger is going, different deities are shaped differently, but this gives you a chance to see that there is a ring there. But can you understand what I've done wrong? Think what I said yesterday.
You're jumping. You're jumping from Radharani to...
No, that's not a... Usually you dress one first. I'm just catching up for what I didn't do yesterday. Huh?
You need to put the toe rings and the...
No, I've already put the toe rings.
Yeah.
Yesterday we put the toe rings. But it does have something to do with order.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You just put the toe ring, one toe ring just now.
No, that's for him.
Yeah.
That doesn't... That,
Okay, for other...
yeah, that doesn't matter really.
You put the button?
Huh? No. Remember, I was making a point about how you don't want to do things which complicate your job. You have to do things in layers, systematically. You know, the inside layer has to be done first, then the outside layer. Just like you don't want to put her outside dress and then realize you didn't put her underskirt. You know. So similarly, you wouldn't want to put all of her necklaces and then realize you didn't put the belt, and then you have to go under the necklaces, you know, to get the belt on, and that messes up whatever you've done. See? So similarly, just now, I put on the rings, but yeah, the bangles, especially if it's a bangle that is an expanding type or whatever, that has to slip over her hand. It's one thing if the bangle like this, you know, could go on easily without any problem. But if this is also no real problem. Many times you have these kind of bangles that are elastic. So it's better to get in the habit, just so you can have that option of whichever bangle you want. Just get in the habit of putting the bangles on first, and then put the rings on after you put the bangles on. Yeah, these expanding kind of bangles. I wonder if because if you try to get it in, meander. What a drag, you know. Can be done, but it's usually a little disastrous. So it's important to remember the idea of putting on systematically in layers, bottom up and inside out. One more. You usually put 3 rings on each toe. Like that. These bracelets.
Is there any importance of order when you're doing jewelry, like starting with the feet and working your way?
Yeah, usually just so that the idea is that I don't think that there's a rule as such, but the idea is that you want to do it so that as you're dressing the deity, you leave behind, you know, finished steps.
So there's nothing like much erotic about starting with Krishna?
No, well, that's the idea. Generally, there's in Radha Krishna Leela, there are many different devotees, Sakis dressing up, or Sakas dressing Krishna, Sakis dressing Radharani, like that. Sometimes the Sakis also dress Krishna. But there's many devotees simultaneously. Someone's combing the hair, someone's, they do it in an order, but at times there are different people doing different things at the same time also. But usually what I would do, because sometimes devotees have a tendency to forget to put on the ankle bracelets. They get absorbed, they think dressing the Deity is the garland. So finally they get the garland on and they forget, oh no, I didn't put on the belt or something. And then, or they get everything on, then the curtains open and, oh no, I forgot to put on ankle bells. So you have to, it's better to work from the bottom up. First put on the ankle bells, put on, bathe him, then put on his dhoti, put on his ankle bells. Do the basic things, the dhoti, the belt can even come later, but dhoti and the ankle bells, get the ankle bells done so that you don't have to think about it anymore. You don't have to remember that you shouldn't forget. You've already done it. And then put on the rings, and then move up, and put on the sash, then the belt, and then do the chadar, because the chadar sometimes comes over different ways, so you want to get the belt done first before you put the chadar on. Put the chadar on, then put the garland, and then put the necklaces after the garland. On Radharani it's different. You put the necklace on first, and then you put the garland. But for Shyamsundar it's easier to deal with because you have to put the garland in first, right? You understand? The garland goes in first. Then you put the necklaces. And then, like you have to remember not to put the earrings on before you put the necklaces on. The simple things, common sense things, But devotees make mistakes. They get excited about dressing the deity. And then they put the earrings on because and then they go, oh no. Then they try to get the necklace on and the earrings getting in the way of the necklace, and then they have to end up wasting time. Because you're pressed for time. The time is cruel. Clock is, running. And the curtain's going to open and all the Maharajas are going to be stamping their dandas, what's going on. So, yes, earrings. I usually like dangling earrings. We'll pretend. As we put the necklace on. Sometimes they have the makara-shaped earrings. Depending on that doesn't always look good. Sometimes it's nice. He doesn't have a flute. I could show you some interesting ways. Maybe if we can arrange for a flute. Yeah, anything. And then tomorrow or whenever we can arrange for that. And I can show you some interesting ways of wrapping the flute garlands. Sometimes I like to put it, because I'm fond of Krishna's flute. My favorite chapter in the Krishna book, from the very first time I read the Krishna book, when I was a new bhakta, was the gopis attracted by the flute. That was my favorite chapter. So that's part of my Krishna conscious fiber. Is Krishna's flute. So I like to decorate his flute. And there's different ways of doing it. Is there hair? Well, Remember, the choker goes first. We're going to have a choker here for Radharani. That has to go first, and then the longer strings of pearls goes after you from the choker. First belt. Usually I do the toe rings, and then I do get the rings done. You know, first do the toe rings and ankle bracelet, then the wrist bracelet, and the ankle bracelet, toe rings. And that helps to keep your mind a little organized, you know. Ankle bracelets and the toe rings. Then wrist bracelet and the finger rings. And then belt. And after the belt, the choker. You got it? Pretend this is a choker. I know a lot of people like to do it, but I personally feel that if you pile all kinds of things up, you know, so that it looks a little stuffy, you know, that's my personal opinion. Some people think it looks more opulent, you know, like Queen Elizabeth or somebody, you know, with stuff all up around her neck, you know. But personally, I like to keep it a little light. This is a little heavy in my opinion, but I would prefer something lighter. The mark of an artist, because this is an art, is that you can take a piece of junk and make it look good, and that you have to, you know, be willing to do. Like we were discussing yesterday about two levels of ruchi, as mentioned in Madhurya Kadambini. 2 levels of ruchi, one with accoutrements and one without accoutrements. In other words, when you're dependent on accoutrements, then you want to worship the deities. When the deities, you know, have all nice paraphernalia, silver paraphernalia, and all nice, you know, jewelry and nice dresses, then you feel inspired to worship the deity. But sometimes, you know, in different circumstances, and it depends on how poor you are, you know how poor the temple is, you may not have, you know, the best paraphernalia. You may not have the most attractive jewelry, but you have to think, you know, how to make them look as nice as possible, you know, and that's a mark of your devotion to the deity. You're not dependent on it. Your enthusiasm will show. Just like if someone is doing kirtan, even, you'll see how they're enthusiastic about chanting Hare Krishna. Or if they're preaching in some way, giving Bhagavatam class, you'll see that some people are more enthusiastic. So your enthusiasm shows through your service, like that. So similarly, the love for the deity is seen, you know.
Do you have favorite pieces of jewelry that you use a lot?
Yeah, I do. Things that I think look nicer. Yeah. But you know, one man's food is another man's poison. So ultimately, we have to come to the platform of becoming aware, at least in terms of gradually absorbing ourselves in the internal meditation. Because in some places, in Hari Bhakti Vilas, forgive me for bringing that book into the picture, but it does say that if you don't do Manasi Seva before you do the actual external Seva, then your external Seva will bear no fruit. Your puja will bear no fruit. So the internal Seva, like we were mentioning yesterday, of the Bhuta Shuddhi, for internally conceiving of yourself as being something beyond what you are physically, you know. But that has to be, you know, gradually evolved in terms of your spiritual elevation, you know. It's not that you just go around imagining yourself to be something, but you should know that you are, you know, a spiritual entity, and you have a spiritual form and all these things. So similarly, how you're going to participate And in your manasi seva, you have to be something. You're not going to just be, what's your name? I forget your name.
Dharmadas.
Dharmadas. You're not going to be a Dharmadas there. You're going to be some other, delightful entity. So then you're going to be thinking in terms of how Radharani likes to be dressed, not just what you like. That's an important point. Is that you have to start becoming perceptive of what the deity wants, because after all, they're persons, and there may be things that they just don't like. And sometimes, you put something on, and the deity throws it off, and you put it back on because you insist, but then throws it off again. Then you have to start thinking that, well, maybe the deity doesn't like what you're putting on. So then try something else. There is a certain amount of relationship that has to actually be cultivated, toward in the service of the deity. So, and as you serve the deity, basically you become more and more familiar. Not familiar in the sense that familiarity breeds contempt, but familiar in the sense that you become perceptive of, what the deity is all about. And then gradually, as you make advancement, and you start to become more aware of what Radharani likes according to Shastra, just like we made this point about the rings. You know that Radharani wears this kind of rings. So then if you become aware of that, just like I don't think we have too many peacock feathers here, but in a book called Rajabriti Chintamani, and also in other books, there's a description of how Radharani loves to decorate her braids with peacock feathers. And Govinda Lilamrita describes how she has two braids, and they come and they merge into one braid. But practically you don't see that very much. She has two braids coming from the back, and they merge into one braid. And then usually if she's going to have it coming forward, she would have it over her left shoulder. Sometimes I put it over the right shoulder, just to be different according to the way I swing the garland or whatever. But I know, really, that she prefers to have it over her left shoulder. Also, another thing is that Krishna does actually like to wear this dangling nose ring here. Usually what I do is that you see how the top of the pin is kind of shaped like a teardrop. So if I don't have anything else, I'll take wire clippers and cut the pin head off and use the pin head and just put a little blue tack behind and put it there to more or less simulate, the dangling of that elephant pearl.
Somebody said that on Thai should not have vegetables.
Yeah, that's going to touch. Yeah, generally, I remember hearing, I didn't hear Prabhupada directly say it, but since my very beginning, I was trained that Gaurnitai should not be having gopi dots or anything. But we do read in Shastra that his face is sometimes decorated with musk tilak, and so, But the real thing is that it should be, of course, tastefully. Someone's going to think that it's tastefully, and someone's going to think that it's not so tasteful, But the main principle is just like, generally, I don't like to, although it does mention in Shastra how the Sakis decorate Radharani's face by drawing various pictures of mangoes or dolphins or different kinds of pictures on her cheeks and this and that. But personally, I like the way Radharani is like she is, And if I do put any gopi dots around, which I like to do also sometimes, but they'll be very light. Not that it looks so heavy that it distracts from the beautiful features of her face, you see. So in the same way, whatever you do, shouldn't be too outrageous. That it kind of like makes you look at the outrageous thing that you did instead of looking at Krishna. Right. Let's see what we have in the way of that. Generally, I don't like these kind of necklaces that are stuck onto the string. These are okay for like if you want to wrap or it's best if you have time and you do it beforehand. You take apart her braid so that the kuchi can be also because this is the kuchi here. And there's a you see as it goes up, you understand? It's connected here. But as you're entwining the kuchi and the triveni, then this can also be, there can be pearls also done inside the entwining process. That's the best thing. But if you're pinched for time and that's not done, which happens a lot, and what we usually do in Vrindavan is we just wrap it around like this. And usually the easy way to deal with it, flower garlands is another thing, but when you have pearls, the easiest way is to wrap it starting from the top. But that's another subject matter. We'll get to in a minute. Just nice to lift it, maybe. Yeah. I'll see how you can play with that anyway.
Krishna's very expert.
Yeah. It's going toward his cheek. So another thing here is when you put the back of the necklaces, when you put the necklaces on, you start small, more delicate, and then you gradually get bigger. And usually I put on at least 3, sometimes 4, and rarely 5 necklaces. That gets a little bit too Aishwarya for me. But 3 is okay. And 4 sometimes, depending on, a lot of it has to do like, I'm not actually able to, next year we should get outfits with color coordinated jewelry so that we can demonstrate what color coordination is all about, because it's one of the most important aspects of dressing the deity, is to make sure that whatever colors you have, but I'll just tell you in theory, whatever colors you choose from the deity, you should choose the colors that are corresponding to different colors in the outfit. Not that see here we have a pink and blue and white and gold outfit, light blue, and a little like turquoise here. Huh? So you wouldn't be putting purple. You read my mind. You wouldn't be putting purple. You wouldn't be putting orange. Or green, like this green. And you shouldn't be thinking, at least this is my school of thinking, is that you shouldn't be thinking that, well, the peacock feather has green in it, therefore I'll put green. Or the tulsi mala on Krishna has green. Flowers are flowers. If you can actually match the flowers, that's best. But if you don't have matching flowers, relegate flowers to the realm of flowers, and relegate jewelry to the realm of ornaments which are complementing the dress. That's my experience, my personal opinion. So let's see what we're going to do with this. Pardon me. That's all. I'll just go through and see how it's rolling to the side. And that's the you want to keep it together. We have to dress the deity like that, as we were mentioning yesterday, so as to avoid offense. If unqualified people, you may become materially affected. And usually, I try to have them evenly spaced, like this, in consecutive order. And usually you have to, this is where our blue tack guitar yesterday comes to mind. Because here's a situation where you use a little blue tack to hold it in place. But then blue tack invariably gets stuck onto the blouse, right? So then, when the night dressing pujari takes the jewelry off, then you should be mindful to take the wad of blue tack and just take it off. Because otherwise, if he doesn't take it off, someone else is going to come along and do the same thing, and then someone else is going to come along and do the same thing, and pretty soon you have a blouse full of blue tack. And then because dust is in the atmosphere, dust gets on it, and the blue tack starts getting brown and starts looking very niggardly. No, it's not. That's only for the garland. It's easier to do. So then is there a garland for Radharani? Did anyone bring any kind of a garland for her?
Yeah, that is correct. It doesn't stain the dress.
If it gets really gummed in there, then it can. I read in one scripture where it mentions that when you put the garland on Radharani, you should touch it to his feet first. Touch it to his feet, and then she can wear his prasadi mala, which she likes. As far as the mala are concerned, in Vrindavan, the Matajis especially, they like to make very opulent mala for Radharani, more opulent than for Krishna. But sometimes it's a little too heavy. Sometimes it has a tendency to cover up too much of her form. But it is opulent and it's nice, and that's the expression of their desire to glorify Radharani, which is natural. Especially in Vrindavan. Vrindavan is Radharani's home, So she's the queen of Vrindavan, and therefore there's a special place in our heart for Radharani in Vrindavan. But the fact of the matter is that sometimes a little thinner garland or garlands, which it depends on how it can be organized. See how the garland's falling to the side like this? So that has to be avoided. Sometimes you can, depending on if you want to swing the garland, then you can pin one side and leave the other side like that. You can adjust things in such a way as to make it look like everything is flowing in one way or another. But for this time, we're just going to, because it's such a short garland anyway. But sometimes I like to swing the garland using a string, just like we did for Shamsundar. And even if there's a locket on the end, double or triple locket on the end, then when we swing it to the side, you can use strings to do that. Or sometimes if you don't swing it very dramatically, then swinging it a little way, then you can even pin it to her dress. If it doesn't pull the dress and make the form of the dress disturbed. If it pulls the dress, then it's better to use strings, even if the string cuts across the cloth. But for now, we'll just do it this way. And you have to, I don't know if you need to get up to see this, but because her breasts are probably the most you can say sensitive, so you definitely don't want to touch her with the pin. Don't even come close. So there's a way to do it. You have to catch this little having to come close. So you catch it, and then even if you have to come close, a little closer, but you don't touch her. Just catch the very outside, and then push the pin through and up like this. The idea is when then you push it into a flower so that it's solidly established. The idea is that the head of the pin, although we pray that it doesn't give her too much discomforture, but the head of the pin will rest on her breast and disallow the garland to swing out. You see? Sometimes you need, you may need to have a little more like that. And the pin shouldn't be seen from the front. The same thing from this side. You might do a little more. So that it's more leverage. Or something. So it's better to put the earrings on first. Then what's next? Nose ring. Don't forget the nose ring. No, don't forget where's the nose ring. Even sometimes I'll put the nose ring immediately after I put the ankle bracelets before I even do anything else, just so that I don't forget. And another point, although I heard that you said something about the rouge on the cheeks of Radharani, but we could have a private discussion about that. But I'd just like to mention that there is Shastric evidence in Krishna book, in 2 chapters, there's Shastric evidence where the gopis are wearing kumkum on their cheeks. It describes how it is that just like the saffron pollen from the lotus flower beautifies the lotus flower, so in the same way, the kumkum that is applied to the cheeks of the gopis beautifies their faces. So there is evidence that in the Vedic culture, in the holistic culture of Braja, at least, not only the younger gopis, but even the older gopis are putting kumkum on their faces. And not only on the faces, on other parts of the body, like the breast and things like that. The reason why we don't put it on the breast is because it'll stain the cloth. You know, but...
Also eyeshadow.
Yeah, eyeshadow. It may be, I'm not the expert, I usually don't put eyeshadow on. But sometimes I've seen, like Rambhadra, he would sometimes put some kind of glittery type of eyeshadow over Radharani it can be done. But
this kajal scriptural.
yeah, kajal is there, but usually the kajal is painted on the deity already anyway. So. But if you can put eyeshadow, the main thing is you don't want her face to start looking heavy. You know, because sometimes you start to overdo things just because we're in the decoration mode. You know, and then the beauty of the deity's face, the sweetness of the deity's face becomes obliterated. You know, by all of our decorations. So it's better, especially on Radharani's face, it's better to think lighter. On Shyam's face, you can think a little heavier. But even on Shyam's face, the painting of his face shouldn't be so heavy. Sometimes we see, like how at Radha Damodar Mandir, if you've seen at Radha Damodar Mandir, how they paint chakras and things on the cheeks. They do it nicely, and sometimes it looks good. It looks sometimes a little, what is the word I'm looking for? Quaint, you know, the way, because sometimes, you know, and we take it, but our standard is a little different than the standards of most of the deities in the world. In Vrindavan, their dressing is not so, let's say, so elaborate, and their painting of the face is generally more elaborate. But sometimes, you know, one chakra will be up a little bit, the other chakra will be down. You know, they didn't get it square on. You know, so then I usually just say that, okay, anyway, you know, Radha Damodar ki jai, like that. But when I paint the deity's face, I prefer to go a little lighter, and especially in the winter time, the deity's face should be painted as little as possible, because especially if you're in a temple like in Vrindavan, and I imagine Mayapur also, there's no heat really. We have like little heat convectors or heat, the reflecting type of infrared heaters, you know, for the deity. But when the door is open, there's a cold blast coming in, and we've just finished painting the deities, and they get cold. So you also have to think in these terms, like in the winter time, instead of lavishing his lotus feet with tulsi and chandan, you know, it's better to you can offer, but set it a little to the side, and so that it's like barely touching one of his toes or something like that. To think, you know, that we don't want him to get unnecessarily cold. In the winter time, there's one letter where Srila Prabhupada is telling, I think it was to go to Sri Govinda, perhaps in Detroit. I think Govinda was the temple president in Detroit. I don't know whether it was directly to him or to whom, but I remember the basic gist of the letter was that it is not at all good that the deities do not have warm clothes for the winter. Prabhupada was saying that. Although in some places he says that the deity is not like us, who suffers from, you know, the material condition, but in other places he would say in such a way as to actually inspire what is called Atmavat Seva. Atmavat Seva of the deity means Atmavat, just like this is saying Atmavan Manite Jagat. You know, that you see the world in terms of the way you know, experience things. So in the same way, Atmavat Seva means that you will take into consideration that if I'm feeling cold, then maybe Krishna's feeling cold. So Krishna first, me second, like that. So then you want to dress the deity with a nice, you know, kachi wool chadar, you know, to make him feel warmer. You know, even or you might even go lighter on the flowers. There are certain flowers which are, these flowers are nice for winter time. They're not so cold. But then that depends on availability as well. You see. So you do have to be thoughtful when you dress the deity. You have to be thoughtful about the deity's comfort, like that. There are like outfits which are like heavy velvet outfits, you know. But in the summertime, when it's blistering hot, you're not going to want to put a really heavy velvet. And sometimes they make up a schedule. In the temples, they'll make up a schedule just because they have X number of dresses and without thinking of the actual nature of the dress that they're putting on, they'll schedule a dress which is actually quite a winter outfit, for the summer. So that's not so good. It's better if we can organize in such a way that lighter outfits and cooling colors even. You can even think in terms of cooling colors, like white, bluish. They're cool colors and they're warm colors. So that all actually affect your mind. So if the deities are wearing a warm color, then you can make you think that you're at least psychologically, making them warmer, feel warmer, like that. It's mentioned in Hari Bhakti Vilas that if you have fire and your deity doesn't have fire, then you get simple reactions. So it's not like, in our big fat office, we have nice, fireplace or nice heater, and then the deities are left on the altar with no heater. Or that we're bundling up nicely, with chutters and caps and everything, but the deities left in some kind of scaly cloth without having any chutter, and painting his face without consideration of the circumstances. So we have to be thoughtful, in the way that we dress the deity, according to season. The kind of oil that you use. This is another point, but this is not actually meant for the deity dressing seminar, perhaps, but just to illustrate the point, as far as our consciousness behind what we're doing. Ultimately, why are we doing this? Can anyone say why we're dressing the deities? Why are we learning how to dress the deities? Develop a relationship beyond, prema. The idea is that this service, of course, no service in Kali Yuga is complete without performing Nam Sankirtan. So Nam Sankirtan has to be done just like we chanted a little before we started, to help make the endeavor successful. So, but still, all of our services, including the deity dressing, this is meant to help augment our natural heart's flow toward Krishna in a loving disposition. And loving means service. And service means according to what is pleasing to Krishna. Selfless service.
Can you put eyelashes on?
If we've done it before, but then it should. There are a couple different schools of thought. One is that the face of the deity should not change, but should not change in the sense that if you start putting eyelashes on, then you should make that the standard. And the deity should always have eyelashes on. But the problem with eyelashes generally that I've seen is that there's a tendency, they're made according to the size of the human eye. And sometimes the deity's eye is actually more elongated than the human eye. So then you end up with an eyelash that doesn't actually cover the rim of the eye. Or you have to fudge it by putting another piece of an eyelash, and then that can start to look a little crunky. Sometimes, just to simplify things, it is better to just allow the deity to manifest his eyelashes in your mind. But it's not altogether wrong. At least as far as I know. Other earrings.
If you put a loose leg and take a chain around this, so how do you do it?
It goes above. Yeah. You see I'm doing something wrong? put on a nose ring. Okay? And I'm already picking this up as if I'm going to put this on. It's a total hassle to put the nose ring on after you put her hair on. A total hassle. So, nose ring. Where's the nose ring? Do we have a nose ring? We can use maybe this thing. But this doesn't give us an opportunity to show the chain unless we can kind of make a chain.
Also, how do we take it to Subhadra?
It's basically the same thing. I don't know if she has an ear on her. You put earrings so it should go above. It goes, as far as I understand, it comes like this, goes down a little bit. You don't want to just pull it straight across. Remember what we were talking about, rounding things so that when you're looking at from the darshan mandap, you'll see that it's dangling a little. It's looking around. Whereas it may look from this angle, it may look like it's dangling some, but when you get down here, it looks like it's going straight across. Should be having a round, a little loose. Did you find any earrings? Nose rings? No. And especially, remember, the photo tells no lies. So, and especially, many devotees like to take photos of the deities, and then the photos get around, or else maybe you want to make a photo for your calendar in your temple or whatever. So, the face is the most important part of the deity in the sense that although the lotus feet are the most important part from one perspective, but the face is what's going to be seen by everyone, and people are going to immediately, not immediately, but ultimately, they're going to home in on the beauty of their faces. So if they, and many times snapshots are taken of the deities' faces, right? So what's going to happen if you put the nose ring on and there's a big old hunk of blue tack, So remember, blue tack, it looks ridiculous. I've seen it so many times. Devotees are not conscious of the blue tack. They'll put the tika, the mung tika will have a big wad of blue tack, and the hair gets so gummed up with blue tack, and they don't bother, like if there's blue tack here, see like the blue tack? You see the blue tack?
Yeah.
So if it gets more and more, then before you put the mung tika on, unless it's so much that you have to cut it out with a pair of scissors, before you put the mung tika on, you have to press it together so that it makes it as small as possible. So that it actually fits behind the mung tika. So I don't think we're going to try to simulate a chain, but it should be. See, there's no chain, it'll actually work. Maybe this one.
The chain across her forehead is a mantika?
It's called mung tika, or tika for sure. Is that D.P. Govinda Maharaj doing kirtan?
Sounds like it.
These things like those are beautiful girls. Let's get hidden. This is what's called fudgetology. I'm a fudgetologist from here. Consider it simulated. Okay, next is the hair. What time is it?
5:45.
Where's Karma?
I thought it was coming at 4 o'clock.
Okay, here the kuchi is on the it's on the right side, but another thing, and don't forget the bindi. She has a bindi, but most deities don't have a bindi. So we put a bindi. And the bindi shouldn't be too high. Like, you see how it is here? This is correct. But sometimes I've seen devotees, they'll put it like in the middle of her forehead. Just like your bindi is down closer to between the eyebrows, right?
So when do you put the coffee cups? When do you put the coffee cups?
After.
When you finish to the hair?
Yeah, after everything. And the thing about hair is you need an achman cut.
There's one on the pulse in it.
With some water.
The lot of this got water in it.
So we buy wigs, we don't buy natural hair. We buy the
Don't like natural hair? Human hair? Well, you don't know who it came from. It's probably better to get the synthetic. So you have to wet your hair a little bit. In the wintertime, you don't want to do it more. Do it as little as possible. But see all the frizzies here. So in order to get the tika on nicely, then you just smooth it with your wet palms, like that. You don't want her ears to be showing so much. On Krishna, though, the best, at least the way I was always instructed in my personal taste, I also feel it to be true, that the hair is best when it's going behind the ear. And then the turban comes, and it's revealing his ears nice. But on Radharani, the ear is mostly covered. Now, do we have something for the tika? Yeah? And we have to fudge this too. Is there anything else? I can use this as it comes apart. I'll just make it simple. Oh, here's one. Hari.
So I come to the Lord of Gita Samadhi with your permission. You went to the tournament today?
Well, okay, it looks like it's basically, it's a little broken up. One rule that I always follow, it's my own rule perhaps, but just like according to Hari Bhakti Vilas, you don't offer broken flowers to the deity. So similarly, nor do you worship the deity in a broken temple. So but we have to sometimes do the best we can. At the same time, we should keep in mind that if you have a choice between a broken piece of jewelry and a whole piece of jewelry, then it's better to offer the whole piece of jewelry. Usually when I see, even like if there's in some of the rings where there's like crystals set in, then if there's crystals that have popped out, I don't offer it. That goes in the transcendental trash. And sometimes I see that and that's another thing that we should be careful about, and that is taking care of the jewelry nicely. After all, it's the paraphernalia of the Lord. So we don't want to, carelessly drop the jewelry in such a way that it breaks stones out and things. That should be avoided, and a little conscientiously, carefully. Huh?
Actually, Dalram manifests as a devotion.
Who?
Dalram, Krishna and Chaitanya.
For Krishna. Anangamajari for Radha.
This is in Madhurya Bhasha. Not Balaram,
Yeah.
Anangamajari.
Especially in the Dham, even the land of Dham. We should be always mindful and considerate.
What do you mean by broken flowers?
Broken flowers means like if the petals are broken off the flower. And it, just as far as the consciousness, the idea is that Pujari should choose the best flower. You want to offer the best thing to Krishna. So if you're going to do artik or something, or if you're going to decorate the deity with flowers, you don't just throw a bunch of rose hips on the artik tray. You find it's better to offer one good flower than to offer 100 busted up, useless, half-rotten flowers. If all you have is a half-rotten flower to offer, then within your heart you meditate that this is the nicest, kadamba flower, or the nicest lotus flower, or whatever. That's all you have. But if you have a choice, and you have an array of different flowers, which are, and like also with colors, sometimes there will be some garish colors which are not actually coordinating with the colors in the outfit. So it's kind of like a rasabas. It's not really the one that you want. If that's all you've got, then okay, make do with whatever you got. But if you have a choice, then you should choose flowers that are having the colors and shapes or whatever, which complement the decoration.
During festivals, generally the tendency is to offer heavy garlands, a lot of flowers.
Yes.
Which will cover up the outfits.
Yes.
So is that okay?
That requires the expertise of the pujari. Like with Krishna, he can be heavier. But anyway,
And for Jagannath especially.
Huh?
For Jagannath,
Yeah, anyway.
flowers enough.
But you're going to see the outfit for the rest of the year. On a festival day, Prabhupada is told that flowers are more opulent than gold and diamonds and all varieties of precious gems in Kali Yuga. So just to offer nice opulent flowers to the deities, you could say that that's, aside from our loving devotional sentiments, that would be the success of our deity worship, is to be, having the facility to offer nice opulent flowers. That is our opulence. Be careful not to allow the chains of the mantika to drag into her eyes. So, and also, it's best if it as closely as possible follows the hairline. The ladies should be knowing something about this. Am I not correct? Red pins. You need a small pin. There's a small pin to visit. Usually what I do is and this also you have to be careful because you can scratch your ears or something, if you're not careful. So just carefully put the pin and then turn it backwards and push it forward. But be careful because it hurts.
Turn it backwards and then forward?
No, you put it into the hair and then push backwards. Kind of like catch the hair like that, so that it draws it tighter. Kind of like pulling it tight. A little leverage. And another important point is, as far as Radharani especially, but Krishna also, this Krishna is not as tilty as most Krishnas. These Krishnas are in a more jovial mood. But Radharani's head is slightly tilted. Like in Vrindavan, our Radharani is slightly tilted, is considerably tilted. So you have to be careful to line it up. Her bindi, you just follow her nose line.
Symmetry, huh?
Follow the nose line up. The bindi should be following the nose line, and the tika should also be following the nose line, so that it's actually in the center. Many times I've seen devotees that they'll think that Radharani, I don't know what they're thinking, but they think, and they'll put so that it's as if her head is straight up and down. It looks ridiculous, totally ridiculous, like child business. So you don't want to do that. And it happens so often. I've seen it over the years. You got it? Okay, so this is a little. Is there a veil now?
Was.
Because the veil is a little heavy, sometimes it's actually necessary to put some blue tack on it. Before you put the monkey up on it. Necessary to put some blue tack to hold it down. But then you have the blue tack scenario again.
So most of the temple, we are already decorated, but most of the temple we don't have a facility like aircon. If we put a fan, it will mess everything out. Most of the temple, like our temple, don't have the facility, aircon or any, don't have a season and leisure. But if we put fan for the noon, any worshipping, daytime, the fan is well, means he will pull down some, like you putting the pin, he will lock down the...
Well, then you have to think ahead. Think ahead. And secure everything nicely in consideration of that.
Like this we won't put a fan for the deity's fan direct to the deity. To put a fan means the root, everything can be meshed.
The fan, you're saying? Like a
ceiling
fan? Like this? Anyway, you do the best you can.
Before we put on the veil, do we put these flowers around it?
What's that?
Before we put on the veil, do we put these flowers?
No. Put the wig on first, then put the mantika, and then after mantika, you put on the veil. So we don't have a veil. Veil is an important topic of discussion. Because, look at the way you're wearing the veil. See how the veil is? I need the veil in the next life. In my next life. When I Krishna's mercy, Shiva Prabhu's mercy, maybe I'll go to the formal leelas of Krishna. At least if I die in Vrindavan, which I'm hoping. Whatever you do, don't drag me out of it. No, the thing is, I need one that has, like, the way the deities are, there's a backing, and then there's the front design. So there's a few things that should be discussed concerning, how to actually put on the veil. Okay, let's see. This one does have a back and a front, okay? So, I see how they're doing it here in Mayapur, but I don't agree with it philosophically. No lady would put her veil on with the decorations on the inside. Isn't it? So, why would someone wear it like this so that when it's put out so you can see the nice cloth? There's other ways of showing the nice cloth. You see? So, the way I use it, there's a few different ways. But I can't deal with this. This is not, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. There's a couple ways of doing it. One is where you fold it in the middle, and then you fold it. This devotees also do. They fold it again and bring it up so that when you place it on Radharani's head, you don't want to come too far forward, because Prabhupada said that the hairline, Radharani's hairline, is very beautiful. So you don't want to completely cover her hairline, like maybe an inch or so, depending on how big the deity is. Where what? No, that's me. Softer is more difficult to do. So, you want to anchor the veil into her hair without, scratching her. So you just put a pin here.
How did you fold the veil?
You have to, first you find, oops. But this isn't the only way to do it. This is one way of doing it. I guess it's the same. So you just fold it in half, and that automatically finds your middle. Sometimes, depending on how her arms are going, you have to adjust a little bit. You might need it a little longer on one side than the other. But that's because, especially if you're going to bring it around front, many times if it's on this side will end up hanging down longer, and this side coming under her elbow will be forced by the elbow to be shorter, because it has to go kind of around. So if you want it to look the same length, you have to make this side a little longer. But there's ways that you can do the veil, which can end up looking almost like this on her side, complementing. Hopefully we can arrange for a projector sometime in the next couple of days or so.
Let me know what day you want.
Yeah, I have many pictures of my dressing and Mukunda Dutt's dressing, the head for Jerry there in Bali, and also Anada Anada's getting very good. He's one of my, you could say, best students. He's doing really nicely. So there's when we see the photographs, then we can show different varieties of things. Right now, we're just going to give some kind of an idea, and then hopefully, if I don't ramble on too much, we'll have a little time for but I was really hoping that Karma Chaitanya would be here to do the turban. You know, he should be doing the turban for you. He'll introduce you into his style of turbans, and then later on, tomorrow or the next day, I can also show you a few different. He can do some turbans, and I can do some turbans also. You can have a different look at different styles. So here, I'm folding it in half, and then bring this up. The reason why you bring it up is so that you can easily just flip it over her head. Pin it in place. And then, because you already have the middle, and it's right here, you see? You already have the middle. And one way of doing it that many devotees do, this is also a little artificial. The other way that I objected to earlier is kind of totally artificial. This is a little artificial too, but it does give you a chance to see the cloth also. So then this would come forward. It depends on which way you want to swing the garland and how much motion you want to. Sometimes you want to put the dress in front, but usually I like to put it forward like this a little, and then just like, see how I done with Shan? So we need another string here. We need two, maybe one string here. One more string. You can pull it out here from the middle. Maybe another string here. Maybe even another string over here. Sometimes, just to make her look like she's twirling around a little, like I'll have the dress coming like this, and then if the backdrop is close, I'll take advantage of the backdrop, although it kind of pins her up in the backdrop, but I'll take advantage of the backdrop and pin the dress back like one string to here, and then on the back maybe two pins on the back like that, so that it gives it this kind of look. Otherwise, this is a simple way. But personally, I don't like to see the deity just kind of like stretched, all the cloth stretched out. There's a tendency to do that. Some devotees do that, and that's okay for them. But for myself, I prefer to see her more. And then this, the veil can also come so that it's looking like it's rounded. It's going to be hard to do with this cloth. This is not. We can give you a little idea. One thing you don't want to do is you don't want to feel like this. Everything just hung up. And sometimes devotees who are obviously a little inexperienced. I mean, why would Radharani's be, hung up like that? Cut tree.
You're going to put that piece on now and do the hair later, or you're going to first put the hair across Radharani's shoulder if you're going to do that?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Thank you. You can actually, you don't have to put her hair in the front. It's not a rule that you have to put the hair in the front. But if you want to put the hair in the front, then it's usually better before you hang the veil. Even you can put the hair on first, but then even if even if the braid that has the kuchi, that has the color, like we have in Vrindavan, we have two. One kuchi, one color on one braid and another kuchi on another color, another braid, so we can choose between. So then you just pull it, even though this is on her left side, I'm pulling it over to the right side, if you want to put it on the right side, or if the color that you want is on the left side, on the right side, and you want to put it over her left shoulder, like I was mentioning, then here it's on the left side. You don't want the kuchi to go dragging all the way down to the ground. Her feet are here. Usually the kuchi should be up a little, around her knees area. Not so far down. Radharani has a long braid, which is luxurious, but it's not so long. And so usually, if you want to, you have to make sure that this fabric, is in the back. And in order to get it the length that you want, you may have to pin it to her shoulder. And pinning it to her shoulder means being very careful. You just catch a little cloth and pull the cloth out from her body and then push. And enter into the braid again, so that it holds it in place. So there's different ways you can swing. This is not put together very nicely. It should be even, or maybe one a little forward. It's certainly not like this. As far as the braid is concerned, if you want to put something,
you can put also jasmine flower around like a string, right?
Flowers come last. If you want to wrap any strands of pearls or whatever around, you have to start at the bottom. Because if you start at the top, either you run out too soon, or you have too much left over, and then what are you going to do with it? Usually we have, like, in Vrindavan we use clasp, like a hair clasp, So then I put starting from the back side, and if you're going to wrap something, like a flower garland or a strand of jewels, I do it this way so that the line which is generated is coming in this direction, not in that direction. Because the tendency is that this will lead you more to the center of the deity than this. This will have a tendency to lead your eyes away, whereas this will lead you into the deity. You put a pin there, and then usually I fix it with a clasp. And then go either every other, see this braid, so every other one or every third one. That gives you a little space. Also, you can put flower garland around, or you can put some decorated flowers inside. have to pin it once you get to the top. So there's different things you can do with the braid also. What I like to do sometimes is I like to make it look like a snake, because in the description of how Rupa Goswami, remember how Rupa Goswami,
a cobra.
When the crippled Vaishnava was coming along and Rupa Goswami was in his meditation, he was seeing Radharani looking like there's a description of how he's looking like a snake. Oh, what? Yeah, maybe I'm getting the. Yeah, maybe it's a different story. I can't remember. It's slipping my mind. There's a description how he's looking like it was written by someone. Do you remember? Do you remember the story? No.
Yeah, Rupa Goswami, when he saw the Bhagavad was thinking.
It was looking like a snake,
yes.
Right? This was a different incident, I think. But he was saying, well, look out! There's a snake. You know. I can't remember the exact. Okay, but I like to sometimes make it. Usually, if you want to make it look like a snake, you have to keep it a little longer, because then you're going to make it go like this, right? So you need a little more length for it to come down to its position. But the way I make it look like this is another thing where you have to be careful. Is you can see you put it into the back of the braid, like that, put it through some hair, then you just very carefully snag the cloth here without touching her. Push it through the cloth and then back into the braid like that. See? Hiding the pin behind it. So that it can come over the garland even. And then back. Yeah, but it's a little crunky. You'd want to put it back over this way and pin it here. This is just one way of doing it. There are many ways of doing it. And then you can bring this over. And depending on what kind of ends you have, these are a little, you can see, they're not really cooperating. But you might want to pin them over in one direction or another. And we'll fudge it again.
Do we use threads to secure the ends of a thread with the tissue, or do we use
No,
threads?
Huh? Where?
Secure
What?
these ends of a thread with this. We use thread.
Black thread. No. So you can pin it in place. You usually have to pin all three. You have to make the best use of the bad bargain. Oh yeah, one other instruction that I feel is important. You see that? Bent pins are no-no. Never, ever, ever put bent pins back into the pin cushion. Because the next pujari that comes along, he needs a pin, he pulls it out, and if it's a bent pin, he can hurt the deity. So you never put bent pins back in the pin cushion. pretend that it's.
Does Subhadra have hair?
Does she have hair on the deity form? That depends on how you're worshiping the deity. Certainly Subhadra has hair.
Because I've heard like different devotees saying different versions. Some devotees say they've never seen Subhadra Maharani to worship with her hair on. And some say like she does have.
Well, Subhadra Maharani certainly has hair.
She doesn't wear hair. She doesn't wear hair.
He usually doesn't wear hair. Jagannath doesn't wear hair, and
because the form's completely.
It's a different, yeah. It's a different. But she has hair. But you can meditate on, it's a different. Yeah.
We don't need to be creative in our worship.
Yeah.
Or special.
Just like one time I remember in Vrindavan, the curtains opened, and there was Krishna Balaram, and Krishna has this hand is down right on his head, and this hand here, and he had a blue tack to the top of his hand was a Ganesha. Come on, kids. Or else we see, Krishna Balaram, like with 2 6-shooters. He has.
Bumpy Hari with a cell phone and a pair of jeans.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Or Krishna Balaram is holding 2 cowherd sticks. Why would Krishna Balaram be holding 2 cowherd sticks? Where, anywhere in any Leela did you ever hear that he was walking around with 2 cowherd sticks? The better heard you with it.
That was actually one of my questions that I wanted to ask. There's creativity that that each person has when addressing the. I've seen a picture of deities looking like Mr. and Mrs. Claus.
Yeah.
And so where do you draw that line?
My personal opinion is that there are parameters. As much as possible, it's not that we want to bring Krishna into the realm of Christmas trees. You don't want to decorate Krishna like a Christmas tree, and maybe you don't want to dress him like why don't we dress him up like a witch or something on Halloween? Dress Radharani like a witch and dress Krishna like a hobgoblin. Or maybe we should make him look like a jack-o'-lantern. At least in America, you know what Halloween is, maybe. There's only so far you can really go with it.
Did the Pujari at Banga Bihari get out of Vrindavan alive?
I think so. He was protected. Yeah.
That handful of dress actually comes from a Coca-Cola commercial.
Yeah. Yeah. See, the thing is that it tends to bring our deity worship into the realm of material concepts. I mean, admittedly, there are various features about the worship which are, I don't want to criticize anyone, but in my personal opinion, there are many gorgeous dresses that we could dress them with if we have to think that Christmas Day is so important. I don't even know why we really have to think that Christmas Day isn't so important. It's just like sometimes devotees get all jacked up about New Year's. But, the Gaudiya New Year is not, the 1st of January, please. We make more of a hoopla about celebrating New Year and firecrackers and, because it's changing, but that's a Christian, concept. Why do we have to integrate? It's just like we offer Krishna what he wants. What does he want? He wants Radharani. But aside from that, he likes rasgullas. Just like one time, Srila Prabhupada, just one incident, I remember Gopati Prabhu was the head cook in Chicago. And Gopati Prabhu told me this personally, that Prabhupada called him into the room he had his secretary go down and fetch Gopati. Called him into the room. Prabhupada had received the Maha plate from the deities. Sometimes Prabhupada would eat directly off the plate. You see, the deities plate. He said, I can do this, but you can. But there was, he noticed something about the offering that was not to his liking. And he questioned Gopati, what is this? He was tapping on this, what was the daily sweet, right? So then Gopati says, Srila Prabhupada, it's a carob covered peanut butter bar, Srila Prabhupada. Carob covered peanut butter bar. Carob covered peanut butter. You know how everyone likes, at least in America, carob covered or chocolate covered peanut butter, like these Reese's peanut butter cups that we used to get when we were kids. So carob covered peanut butter. So then Prabhupada chastised him, saying, don't offer your speculations to Krishna. He says, I've given you so many nice sweets, gulab jam, rasgulla, rasmalai, sweet balls. He was saying like this. But he says, carob is for hippies. Don't offer it to the deities. Even if it's not intoxicating, still. But see, this is the point I'm making here, is here's a situation where according to our material conceptions, we're thinking to offer something that we like to the deities. But the question is, does Krishna really enjoy being dressed up like Mr. and Mrs. Claus? Who's going to judge it? I guess the Guru will have to judge it. But if the Guru...
Sometime in Los Angeles, when they had the small deities, devotees were making small chapatis and small samosas and all this type of stuff. And Prabhupada didn't appreciate this, they should make regular size.
Yeah. They were making miniature for the miniature.
But that's the thing, it's like if we speculate on the worship, this is incorrect. We should have followed according to Guru Sarana Shastra. So the Acharya explains very clearly what to do. He showed the devotees how to make chapatis, he showed them how to make samosas, etc. So then we speculate, because Krishna's small, therefore we have to make small. But Krishna's not small. Krishna is completely know what form he comes in. So we don't need to put hair on shoulders, hair on subhadra. As we've seen worship in Peru or other reputable temples, we follow that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Prabhupada was very much concerned about that when he came to Mexico. He took the ashes on the plate because of the stumble distribution. That we say, this prasad is horrible. So Deity worship so warm and good distribution. First class.
Yeah, one man's food is another man's poison, so we should consider, whether Krishna feels like he's eating poison.
In the Darshan book, in one of the photos I've seen, I don't remember exactly which temple, but Subhadra form has that.
There's a few photos in that book that are maybe not the best.
Srila Prabhupada once said in LA when Mataji was describing how she's dressing the deity, Srila Prabhupada said, no, Krishna is dressing himself. He's using you
as the instrument.
So then that answers Santa Claus or not.
Well, are we to conclude then that Krishna used her as an instrument to dress him up as Santa Claus?
But who is used to dress the deity?
Anyway, so anyway, that's why there's a deity worship ministry in ISKCON at least, so that some kind of standards can be maintained. Otherwise, it can get really bizarre sometimes.
It does.
Yeah. Yeah.
In Pancharatha Pradip, it said that the deity can be dressed in a local style. So,
Local style?
it says in the Pancharatha Pradip.
Like you see in Manipur.
Yeah, Manipur.
The local Vaishnava style, not local Western style.
Yeah, I mean, local style means putting blue jeans,
like you'll see in different parts of India, for instance, like in Bengal they wear their sari one way, in South India the ladies wear a sari a different way. So you'll see there's different Vaishnava styles, but not different Western styles.
The point is that the West really doesn't have anything to offer Krishna consciousness.
See the picture in South America, where Radha Krishna has these dresses, local dresses with different colors, and these hats.
Oh yeah, in Peru.
Peru, maybe.
So this is speculation of Paramati.
Anyway, these things are going on. But we should. Personally, to be honest with you, it's just like it maybe is hot in the summer and you want to wear shorts. The men maybe won't want to wear shorts, so therefore we want to offer Krishna shorts first. But actually, when I look at him with a dhoti and nice chadar and nice crown, it reminds me of Krishna in the spiritual world, doesn't it? When we see the deity, we want to be reminded of where we want to go, not where we came from. So much. It's good to remember where you came from, so that you can, maybe evaluate your progress. But it's not that we want to be again and again, forced to experience impure reminiscence of our previous life of material conditioning. So, maybe the best thing isn't to offer the deities vegetarian shish kebabs. Maybe the best thing isn't to offer the deities veggie burgers or vegetarian chicken breast or various other, near beer. Or de-alcoholized wine, or whatever. These things, maybe they're vegetarian, but it isn't what Krishna likes. So the idea is that we want to do as close as possible to what we can understand is pleasing to Krishna. The whole effort is to please Krishna. The deity is not for our sense gratification. Now, someone can argue that, well, if you dress him in this way or that, then the devotees will become inspired. Because, oh, how nice, it's Santa Claus! Or whatever. My old days when I was a kid, remember the Christmas tree? Christmas played with me, oh yes, in this way. But, in all due respect, I was so happy. You don't know how happy I was. I used to dress up as a Santa Claus on Santa Claus Sankirtan in America, during the Christmas season, for the Prabhupada Marathon. Now we call it we used to call it the Christmas Marathon. Ho, ho, ho. And I was so happy when I came to Vrindavan. You didn't even hear about Christmas. At least in 1986, when I came here to stay, it was great. There was no ho ho ho's. There was no Santa Claus. There was no reindeer. There was great, fantastic. I have this in my room. I have this fireplace. A wooden fireplace. And I make sure that I keep it going, especially on Christmas Eve. So if Santa Claus comes down my chimney, burn his ass. Why would I want to dress Krishna like Santa Claus? I'm so sick of Santa Claus. Anyway, so I don't want to criticize anybody, but these things are going on, and perhaps certain elements of Krishna consciousness in terms of the progress of our consciousness to a higher taste should be taken into consideration.
I spoke to the devotees concerned about that and they agreed to stop doing.
Okay, very good.
They accepted there wasn't really anything else.
Okay, thank you.
There are many references from the Shastra how to dress.
There is. We've discussed this to some extent yesterday about how, just like, and I mentioned today, like in certain places, it describes various ornaments that Srimati Radharani wears. So if you can come as close as possible, thinking of how she is described to be decorated in various ways in Scripture, but you'll find in some scriptures she's wearing a red dress, in some scriptures she's wearing a blue dress, you know. So there's room for variety. After all, variety is the mother of enjoyment. And we don't see, like we always hear about how Krishna is wearing Pitambar Vesh, you know. But most of our outfits are not Krishna wearing Pitambar Vesh, you know. So then we adjust. It's mentioned also, though, that in different kunjas, like around Radha Kund, the different Sakhis will have different kunjas, and these different kunjas, everything in one kunja, everything will be golden color. And then when Radharani and Krishna, Radharani will wear golden dress, you know, and Krishna will be sitting on the throne with Radharani, but if Jatila comes, you know, she'll only see see Krishna, and she won't see Radharani, because Radharani will be camouflaged, you know, by the golden atmosphere. And in another kunj, everything is blue, you know. So then they'll see only Radharani there, if any intruder comes, and they won't see Krishna. And then in some kunjas, everything is red. There's red, you know, ruby pathways and, you know, red trees and red birds, and everything is red. So there is an idea, even in the scriptures, about different kunjas or different atmospheres that are generated for the pleasure of Radharani, or for the pleasure of Krishna ultimately. So in this way, we can think of like the backdrop that we put on and the dresses. This will require the expertise of the person who's designing the dresses, and there's different like kunjas being created for different leelas.
Because sometimes the way that we dress Krishna and Vrindavan, Krishna or Sakya Rasa is different, even when we paint it from the Madhurya Rasa in the art of Rasa itself.
Yeah, that is at a certain point will become an important consideration. What type of mood you want to convey. One thing for sure is that even though Krishna is with Balaram, no, Krishna and Balaram. If Krishna is with Balaram, it's not that he's not the lover of Radharani. But he may be, you know, in a mood of playfulness with his cowherd boys, but he's going to sneak away as soon as possible. You know, to go to Radha Kund. Yeah. So we want to finish this.
Finish dressing.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we were on the veil before we got distracted by all this. So did we get a line? We needed another line from somewhere around here. Did you put a line here? Yeah, we'll use this line. What's the time now? What?
20 past 6.
Okay,
Okay. There are things we have to ask. Very good. It should be a that's all the time.
See, look, just like I had to pull it from this side in order to get it to go back that direction. So in the same way, it's good to have from that side. There are times when you need to use more strings. It's best to use as few strings as possible but in order to get the shape, like see how it's sagging here? So in order to get the shape, I don't know if you can see it, but you'll need to use another string. See what we have here? There's strings dangling. So then pull the strings up behind. Sometimes it's easy enough just to hang it over another string, just pull it over and hang it. But other times you may need to. And even you can. Pull it like that, like we did with his, and get this kind of thing. But in order to do that and get the same lines, you might have to use a pin. And pin it behind. Why is it in front? Should be higher. It's good to get the lines concentric if possible, but this is a piece of junk, so not to be able to do too much. Maybe sometimes pull it up a little more, so that it's not sagging as much. You might have to do this.
Next year I'll do my best to put it out.
You just have to make sure the pins don't show. And then this side, sometimes you can, sometimes you can put it a little in front. That means that Radharani is taking a prominent position. Sometimes you can put it behind, either by strings or even attaching it to his dhoti or something. And sometimes, depending, it doesn't have to be exactly the same. It's just like if Radharani is dancing, then like his is moving like this, so then she can also, even you can bring it out in front like that, so that it's going around this way. But then you would want this to go that way also, see? But otherwise, you can bring this up and pin it. You don't want things to flop, Flopping is not so good. But then another way that I like to do it sometimes is to bring it around this side and pin it and make another one of these up here. But usually what that does is it pulls this around, so then if it's long enough, you can pin this in place here before you put any other flowers on. Right?
You can also put the end of that cloth in Radharani's hand. One time the Buddhas were asking Prabhupada how to do Radharani's mouth. He took his chara.
In this hand?
In her up hand.
In up hand?
Yeah, he took his chara over, put it over his head, put it in his hand like that.
What, like this?
I assume so, I didn't get the details.
Sometimes I used, just for fun, I would put Sham's cheddar, like Radharani's, controlling, Sham. Not that she's like Kubja. Kubja, usually it's Krishna snatching the gopis' clothes. But here it's if Radharani's holding, it's not because she's snatching him like Kubja was snatching. But she's snatching him to make sure that he doesn't leave again. remember that if you ever have to use pins where they're showing front legs, then you have to cover it with flowers. Another point, which we haven't discussed it, is that ends of pins should never show. They always have to be pushed back behind. The point of the pin shouldn't show, and the end of the pin shouldn't show. It should be put back behind, so that they don't show. And you might need another one here. Hold it out so that it's round. Let's just see what's happening.
Sometimes you see altars that have lots of these hanging down.
Yeah.
And when they're not using them, they don't put them out of the way, they just leave them hanging down.
Yeah, and it looks like a bunch of spaghetti too.
Yeah, it's good to glue tack them back over where so you can't see it. Otherwise it looks very untidy.
If there's extra strings that you're not using, what I usually do is, usually there's like a hook or something over the side, I'll pull them all over to the side and get them out of the way. So that when you look at the backdrop, there's as few strings interfering with the darshan.
Well, another thing you can do, particularly if you've got big deities in my work, but if you have deities this size or smaller, you know that clear nylon thread they get for sewing clothes? It's like a thread you use for sewing clothes, it's clear nylon.
It's thinner.
It's very, very thin, you can use that, you actually cannot see it from the darshan. Even if you're like 10 foot away, you can't see it. So that's also very nice.
It's a clear nylon thread, which is used for sewing clothes.
It's quite good.
They can use it in a sewing machine. Like this is a little heavy. So the thinner, the better.
Will be strong enough?
It'll be strong enough.
Yeah, for big deities, like for Madhava, you couldn't use it because it's not strong enough. For deities this size, not a problem.
So you see how this kind of gives her like, but you can't really get it so good with this kind of cloth.
In our places, we are wearing two sets of dupattas, chadars. Two sets of chadars, two different colors, each one.
You mean the regular dress?
Sometimes, not always.
You're not talking about the wool chadar that they have during the winter.
No.
Sometimes they're what you're seeing or maybe thinking as another chadar is actually just the dancing skirt.
Some of the outfits have big and small chadars.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, some of the outfits are.
Yeah, so that if it's two chadars in one.
Like sometimes you see Krishna Madhava, they've got like all these.
Like you want to put two chadars on?
I would like to know how you do it, like where do you
Oh, I wouldn't do it. I don't know what the Krishna Balaram Pujaris, but sometimes I don't have so much faith in what the Krishna Balaram Pujaris are doing. Because they can do things like putting conch shells on.
Another question I have is like sometimes deities at home, the mood of the deities may be that they don't want to worship Krishna in so much opulence.
Yeah.
They would like to have a simpler dressing so that they can relate better with Krishna.
That's another
Is that
thing.
acceptable?
That's personal.
Is that acceptable?
In the personal worship, those things can be adjusted, but in the temple worship, Prabhupada wanted it to be as opulent as possible so that it makes a powerful impact on the public.
We have time for like maybe one quick turban.
And maybe, let's see.
6:30.
Is there a Chandrika? I introduced the Chandrikas in the Vrindavan temple. Oh, here's a Chandrika.
So just one point. I know you have lots of questions, but if we keep asking questions, then you won't get the chance to see Aindra and put a turban on. So it's your choice. You can ask questions or get to see him put a turban on.
Because actually, what I would prefer is I would prefer that Korma comes and does the first turn.
Okay.
So what we'll do is we'll just. This also should be following your nose tonight. What I've done is I've pinned it through the veil, 2 times through the veil, and into the back. Sometimes the chandrikas are made with a little metal thing that comes down, and then you can just put one pin over top of that. But I found that this is more versatile. If it has the metal thing, sometimes the metal thing that comes along flowers this way. In Vrindavan they make it a little heavier, so it looks kind of like a, what's it called? They come down here. The kunni is the beginning of the dangly part of the kunni should be about on the level of the eye. Shouldn't be lower or higher. Right here on this level, and then dangling should come on either side. And you can even swing the kunnis one way or the other. Sometimes I swing over here. You'll see in the pictures that I show. But usually you're not going to see it, So things which she would be in reality, she has it, but usually I don't see it. It's just another thing to take time.
So if I just may make a comment, I just want to make one comment. Just for all those devotees here who, after this seminar, will go back to the temples in the West. As you can see, Aindra's got a very lovely style of dressing. This is Aindra's style of dressing, so we don't want you to go back to your temples in the West and say, no, this is the way I saw the seminar, therefore we have to do it, and challenge the local temple authorities. We need to be flexible. The pujaris should be flexible enough to fit in wherever they are. Even though they may think this is wrong the way they're doing it, we don't want you to create a disturbance. You need to...
And then blame the MI.
Blame the ministry or blame Aindra or something like that. You need to, Aindra's got a wonderful style of dressing. You see in Vrindavan, there's so many beautiful flowers and flowing lines and stuff like that. But keep in mind, your temple authorities, your local devotees may not appreciate it. And so our idea is not to create disturbances.
So then the way you have to subvert. In like an LL, you do a little bit, and then you do a little bit more, and you add, and when they get used to that, then you can do a little more.
Don't create. What we're saying is don't create disruptions.
Don't make waves. That's another thing.
You usually have a string coming down from the top.
There's a string coming. The string is coming not from the back side, but usually from the top, closer to, not in the middle of her head, but just behind her head. And the effulgence is an important point of discussion if you're going to use effulgence, which most temples do, is that you have to look from down here.
The darshan.
You have to look from the darshan, from the position of the devotees would be seeing, and the middle of the effulgence should be in the middle, like between her eyes. You don't want the effulgence to be up too high, and you don't want it to be too low. So you have to pull it up and get used to, what it looks like from. First you look at it when it's right here, then you come up here and see what it looks like there. Then you get the idea of how much space actually is required for it to be right, and then you can get it right every time. And the same thing with Sham. And usually, just for fun, to make it a more festive mood, I like to put flowers in the effulgence too. Not everybody does that. Yeah. We'll do flowers tomorrow.
Okay, so we'll wind up there.
Okay.
So please try to come on time or not. I'm sorry I wasn't on time.
I was on time.
No, but I wasn't. But I'll make it endeavor to be here on time tomorrow.
And let's get Korma Chaitanya here.
Well, I was expecting to be here.
Well, he said he was coming. This has to be covered with a flower. You know the lady.
But basically all
But usually you'll find it on many meetings, it's carved into the stone. On our Shamsana, it's carved, it's not painted gold. So I usually guide it, even though there is I understand. He's not any other
You start putting letters, is there like a hard pastoral? And even the weather starts getting warmer, you just stick with it.
My opinion, we do follow that from the beginning of Charti, first day of Charti, to stop the people.
That's what I was thinking.
And then on Shivaratri yesterday, it wasn't announced. I don't know why they didn't announce Shivaratri, but yesterday was Shivaratri. Then we started because again, usually it changes from in Vrindavan. The winter schedule starts on first day of Kartik, and the summer schedule starts on Shivaratri. So here is not; they're not doing with Shivaratri starting the summer schedule. It's still in the winter schedule.
So I guess to that point,
but for us, for what we do in Vrindavan is that when we keep, because we like to see without a see a beautiful navel. So we go as long as possible. It's not that when the peacock fan stops necessarily start putting shirts on. Only when it starts to get a little cooler, then we put on shirts. And when it starts to get like during the Shishirsa season, that's the actual coldest part of the day. But in different parts of the world, it's going to be different. So you have to adjust according to the actual climatic conditions. Stick with it until a certain point in my head, and it's actually really getting close. Both ways. There's different ways. According to I'm just showing you this is one way that can get me. That kind of matches. There's different ways. I usually I don't really matter. There's nothing in the middle. Yeah, that depends on the individual situation. I'm just showing you this. There's like in the winter time, you can do like that, and then you can have like Sham's wool chutter coming down this way. Or you can even have this shifted over to this side where it's coming like that. Yeah. I mean, there's different ways of doing it. Or you can have coming like, I explained. I just did that to show what was within the realm of possibilities.
Aindra, what is the technique of it?
Just go Chandrika. No, you don't want to do that. Sometimes, but when you have this, when you have the gene,
Here it is, right in front of there, I have like 15 people. It's like, dear Lord, please take all my
there are different kinds of, even there's different kinds of Chandrika over there. There's like 3 mangoes, in succession. That's for Shams. And when we get to the ribbons, I'll have a thing or two to say about that.
I can collect them at the temple.
Oh, what do you hear latest?
In spring. Like I remember after you sent
Where should I leave them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone took them?
No.
Yeah, you can calculate. Yeah. So just count. You got to leave early. So just set them somewhere.
I forwarded you. I'm going to help you. 2 days ago. Okay. I emailed a message.